Livestream. Okay. Oh my god. Copy. 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 Why is it trying to do this as an... It's weird. Weird. Because this is not an Elden Ring stream. It's a Ratchet and Clank stream. Does it save? Save? No? No? Saving? Ah! There it is. Howdy! Hey, Savior! Oh my god. My own audio is betraying me. Also, for some reason... so this is kind of funny. My capture card is capturing my own audio back at me, so I'm listening to myself talking with like a half a millisecond delay. I love it. I love it. So what I need to do is this. Okay, now chat, I need you to be honest with me. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Still hear me? Would be cringe if you can't hear me. Down with the annual Ratchet and Clank stream. I'm gonna assume that you guys can still hear me. I think it's fine. Just gonna have some coffee while people are dropping in. The annual Ratchet and Clank stream. Oh, and final check. I need somebody in chat to be brave and confirm whether you can hear me or not. Please respond. Please respond. Confirmed. You can hear me? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm just shotgunning my coffees, and then we can get going. Also, you can hear you. Okay, thanks. Do not be afraid of telling me if I need to reconfigure the audio. I've put the game audio substantially softer than usual because of my new mic. But if it's if it is bad, we'll fix it. It's no problem. Coffee number 1 done. That's up to coffee number 2. So, what's everybody's history with Ratchet and Clank? This is a touching game for me, and I go back to it every now and then because this was my favorite game as a child. And so I have my PlayStation 2 there. I'm looking at it, and my old memory card, which I bought in like the 1st or 2nd grade or whatever. And on that memory card, I had a save file where I had R40 something it. Which is, R just means like round or something like that. Basically means how often you've new gamed plus the same game file. And my little sister deleted that file. But So I can't confirm it, but I'm telling the truth. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. And I genuinely must have beaten this game at least 100 times by now. And I'm very familiar with all its little intricacies. It's no longer my favorite game. So actually, when I was a kid, because I grew up with my mom, and my mom and I would play this all the time. But my dad gave me Jak 3 as a kid. So like Ratchet and Clank, that was like me and my mom. And Jak 3 was like, you know, that was kind of me and my dad, even though my dad didn't play it with me. And Jak 3 is all about like about fathers and stuff. So it's like it kind of thematically fit. So those were my favorite games. I still maintain that Jak 3 is the best Jak game. I don't think this is the best Ratchet game. That honor belongs to Ratchet 2. But now we're coffeeed up and we're ready to go. Just final little configuration here, like that. Okay. Oh, yeah, this should be fine. So I can't actually hear any game audio because I don't want to be listening to myself talking back to me. But we'll have to deal. We'll have to deal. Excuse me. I played the 2016 one, liked it. I was more of a Jak kid. The 2016 one has its redeeming qualities, but I think the originals are much, much better. Oh yeah, bet you didn't see that one coming.
What are you doing? Check and mate. What?
Also, not a big fan that I didn't put subtitles on to begin with. Should have done that. Actually, I'm gonna put audio on because it seems like I feel like a madman. Listening to them talk, but not hearing anything.
Your luck is extraordinary, sir.
But do you win as gracefully as you lose? I would not know, Maximilian. I never lose.
There is a first time for
I love Secret Agent Clank. This is such a weird, like... I don't even know. What was this about? Because they made like a spin-off game and everything, and that spin-off game is terrible. But this is like such a fun gimmick, and you can actually get like that skin if you get enough skill points. I think it's like 5 skill points. I don't think I've played 3, but I played a bunch of them growing up. Yeah, so 3 is the fan favorite, but I maintain that it's the worst one of the original 4. I think it's like thematically, it's the weakest. I think the level design is pretty bad. I think the combat, like, yeah, you know, you have the best weapons of the previous games, but like, because the level design is kind of weaker than in the previous games, and because it's a lot more driven by combat than it is by like raw exploration, so there's no like grind rail sections and not even a race or anything. It's a lot less sort of expansive, not as focused, not as good, I would say, but I still love it. I still love it deeply.
The Galactic Rangers are putting up a valiant fight, but they are no match for the
The Galactic Rangers.
Indeed, this backwater planet may be completely destroyed in a matter of hours. Darla Gratch, Channel 64 News.
We're going home.
Yeah, okay.
But found it.
I was just checking out the audio.
See.
Oh no. Is that the hypermatter warp drive?
The untested gravimetric
Hypermatic warp drive?
The one you built from bloggy and scrap metal? Coming? We are doomed.
I actually, redeeming quality about this game, like, it's a good game, but this is James Arnold Taylor's best performance as Ratchet, I think. Because in the second game, he's not really playing the same Ratchet as what is his name? Like, I think his name is like Craig Clarkson or Blar, or whatever. The guy who voiced him in the first game. He's not really playing the same character. I love that Norway is up there, like little Scandinavia is up there in Belden. Not really playing the same character. Subtitles on. But in this game, I think he it's a bit better. Controller vibrations on. Alright, so... Oh yeah, they haven't given me my gun yet. Howdy, Acer. Hi, wow, Ethan, great moves. Those are great moves.
These must be the Galactic Rangers.
Must be. Oh, yeah, yeah, the dev said that they expected everyone would hate it and that they failed. Yeah, that's like... When you play it as a kid, it's really fun. But when you're a bit older, you begin to notice, like, there's a bunch of weirdness in it. It's like... Just that cutscene where they're like, oh, it must be the new Sergeant. I feel like there's something missing here, which is like, why do they just assume that Ratchet's the new Sergeant? I mean, I guess because they've been, because, like, they're just kind of dumb and they lost their Sergeant and they're just looking for anybody to lead them. But, I don't know. It feels less focused than it should be. Also, I'm not using this, I'm just using this gun. Let's see how far we can go without using any other weapon. Just a wrench and this gun. I also think the music here is not so strong. I mean, it's still like Ratchet and Clank music, which is pretty good. But, yeah, you know. You listen to the Curvin track from Ratchet 1. And it's such a banger. I think the furthest I've ever gotten in the game without buying new weapons was Metropolis fighting Clunk. And I only had to buy more weapons because I ran out of ammo, and I don't think you can actually beat him with a wrench. I think he's scripted to basically move around the carts when you get too close to him. But that's such a wonderful boss fight, where they're like, yeah, we're gonna reuse this really memorable sequence from the first game. Don't you worry about it. But it's like a boss fight now. It's really cool. It's really cool. And yeah, this is like obviously the beginning of the first game. That's Ratchet's house there, his old house. You used to go across this bridge, but there's a new area here, I think. Maybe it's not the beginning of the first game. I think it is, though. I think this bridge and Ratchet's bunker there. If we find the Captain Quark poster, we'll be able to confirm one way or the other. Oh yeah, it is. There it is. Almost made myself look like an idiot, but I was actually correct. And that's kind of cool about this game, is that we're back in the Solana galaxy, the galaxy from the first game. So there's a lot of like reoccurring faces and stuff. And it's like, ooh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I had the same experience. I used to think 3 was the best, but it's obviously kind of cobbled together. Yeah. But I think it's like, I think it is way too charming to be a bad game, right? For whatever issues it has, it just threads the needle, because it's still Ratchet and Clank. It's still really funny. It's still fun to play. Like, it's not as tightly directed. It's not as, like, the enemies aren't as good as in previous games. The areas aren't as interesting to explore, but it's still Ratchet and Clank. Just you could just put these guys in any terrain, and because it's fun moving them around, it works. It's like that when Miyamoto was designing Super Mario 64, he put the bunny you can find in the sewer basement area or whatever. I also think you can get through this one if you just don't move at all from the start point. But yeah, he put that bunny down, and he would just play as Mario, running around, chasing that bunny. And they didn't get to really designing the game until they had gotten that down, because Miyamoto's genius insight was that when Mario is fun to control on his own, then we can get going. And it's like, oh, that's such a wonderful way to do this, because it ensures that no matter what, you still have a game that is at least playable. Like, even if you have a dud level, it doesn't really matter, because you're still playing. It's still fun to move around. Yeah, it's still lovely. Yeah. I hope everybody's ready and free for the next 6 or so hours, because we're going to be completing this game. We do not play Ratchet and Clank in chunks. We 100% those. I keep trying to do that long heli jump thing. I was really good at it as a kid, from memory. But I can't seem to do it right now. Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. This is also one of the best guns in the game, especially with its upgrade. It has a really fun sort of laser beam mechanic, which they revisited. Well, kinda. Didn't really revisit it, but there is a laser weapon in Size Matters, which I also think is kind of fun. Except it's like it stops you dead. You can't move around and use it, which kind of sucks. What do you think about the PlayStation 5 one? I haven't played it. I think the Ratchet and Clank games, they just generally play well, but they're not really being made for me anymore. I don't like this super earnest PlayStation 3 onwards style they've taken. I like the PlayStation 3 ones okay, but like I don't really like. I think this is much funnier. I think these characters are much more fun. Like look at the production values here, where they're just like standing around looking at each other, and it's kind of awkward all the time. And like look at this cutscene, for example. Lives a mystery, or maybe he doesn't. It's one of nature's mysteries. Like this is a sort of dumb video that this isn't in the new ones, and this is what I like. It's like this weird villager from this weird planet making a dick joke. Probably don't see that. When me, my little sister, and my mom all played the game for the first time, the moment we saw this, we were all in unison. We went, "Captain Quark." That's pretty. It's a good memory.
Tune in and find out the answers.
We need you to find this man. The fate of the galaxy may depend on it.
Are you sure this is the guy you're looking for, Mr. President?
Also, I don't like in the PlayStation 3 remasters, and I talked about this with the PlayStation 2, with the Ratchet and Clank 2. Ratchet's helmet always looks a bit big. Why is Clank's face like projecting off of his face? Did everybody see that? It didn't look like this in the original, and I remembered that. Also, I think the stream is in 30 frames per second. I'm playing it in 60. I just couldn't configure the capture card to go higher. Also, look again, you have little Norway, Scandinavia there on Florana, just like you have on Velden. Why are these lazy developers not making more textures for these planets? Ridiculous. Also some FromSoft level design here, where we go this path and then it just loops right back to the beginning. Or maybe it word up a ladder. I like that. And yeah, this is famously the level that was supposed to have the bike race, which we can visit that in the Insomniac Museum. I don't know if we probably won't be going to the Insomniac Museum. Maybe if we get lucky and we hit it in the Metropolis level, but I don't imagine we'll be going there because I don't really have the time to get all the skill points, by which I mean all the trophies. Because it's like, yeah, you have to do the impossible challenge, and that just takes 50 minutes on its own. Oh, I lost my multiplier score. And that's also another one, like that's another weird thing about this game. Is that like, yeah, you get new crates. You have like the Inferno crate, and you get the multiplication crate, and it's like, I think the fire crate or the multiplication crate, either one of them, was basically designed with like an in-house contest, and the winner got like a case of beer or something like that, because they really wanted a new kind of crate, but they didn't know what they wanted. And that's like, ooh, like I like this crate. I think it's fun. It's whatever, but. Don't add new shit just for the sake of adding new shit. You know, that kind of speaks to an unfocused design. Come down, boys. Great. Oh, there's a third round. And yeah, this is one of those weapons. See, the upgrade for this gun is one of the best in the entire series, because the upgrade is basically you hold the button in and you get a much stronger blast. And that blast is much more powerful, but it's much harder to use. So it's like, it's very well balanced. And then when it's fully upgraded and you get like that laser beam from it, it's a much more complex weapon to use. So it's like a completely different gun basically, but it's still really well balanced. Hold on. I'm trying to... here we go. Titanium bolt. This is a... Yeah, this is a titanium bolt. This isn't the platinum bolt one. Yeah. See, I know. Okay, so I think I need to invert the camera completely. Like, make it normal. Okay. I'm never comfortable using the camera in these games. I'm always changing it. And yeah, here we get the Inferno crate. And like,
Your armor and been greatly
like it's a funny little fun mechanic or whatever, but I don't really get it. Like, why does this crate exist in the universe? You can sort of like you can logistically, because in the original game it's like a junker clunker scrap universe, and it makes sense that you buy shit with bolts, because bolts are usable as like, it's kind of like gold is actually used as like jewelry, and it has functions in like semiconductors. So like it makes sense in reality when gold is money. And in the Ratchet universe, like bolts, yeah, first of all they're made of metal, so you could just melt them down and you could make whatever out of them. And you can also just use them as bolts because it's all like this weird bolt junk technology. So like they have intrinsic value like that. So it makes sense that like you collect them and that you have crates full of them because it's just bolts. You know, they would probably be crates of bolts lying around in this world. But now, why is this weird like Inferno invincible mode thing just lying around? Like, you can like even health is kind of weird because you have like nanotech, and it's like, you know, it is whatever. That's kind of like you're breaking the reality of the game, but you're doing it for like a fundamental mechanic of the game. This is just kind of like a novelty thing that I don't quite understand. The crates are also barely in the game. Yeah, that's another one where it's like, I'd understand if every level had one area of like multiplication crates or Inferno mode crates or whatever. But they're barely there. Like maybe what if you could get the PDA really early on in the game? And you could buy one of those crates for like, you know, 3,000 bolts or whatever. Or like maybe it costs 1,000 in the first planet, then 2,000, then like 5,000, and then 10,000. It gets more expensive the further you go in. So if you actually find yourself not capable of doing a part of a level, you could just buy one of those crates. It would spawn right there. You could break it, and then you could do it like that. And it would be an easy mode you could pay for. I think that would make sense. Like, that makes sense in terms of the game's world. It makes sense as, like, a mechanic for the player to interact with. But just hanging around, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me. Also, I'm probably not going to get this skill point. But I'll try. To center the camera, press L1. Oh, this lost art of centering the camera. Yeah, it was a personal bet with one guy in the dev team, and I think it was Ted Price. Yeah, I think it was Ted Price. I love Ted Price. The narration is gonna get a bit sloppy now because I'm like paying attention. That should insta-kill them, I think. I totally could have made that. Nope. That's another one where it's like, this isn't perfectly timed.
You can reverse the camera controls in the options menu.
Which makes this maybe a bit harder than it needs to be. Okay. Okay, this is a safe one. This is a safe one. And that's a safe one. Ugh. Always in the middle. Come on! Come on! Ta-da! Skill point. I got it really boringly though, so... Hello, hi them, from... We playing Ratchet and Clank 3.
Now,
Tell us what you know about Dr. Nefarious. Dr. Nefarious!
say you're the only man to ever beat him.
This guy's even dumber than
Captain Quark? Yeah, Captain Quark.
I love that he's a blonde. I love that that's like canon.
It, Quark. You've had this coming for a long time.
Hey, Captain Quark. Do we want to do it with a wrench? Let's try. I got like a good rhythm going. He must have been designed around this. There's no way. He keeps like jittering. Notice that? Whatever. I broke it with the wrench anyways because I shot all those monkeys. This, like he's acting weird. He doesn't usually act this weird in this fight. I don't know what that was. This reminds me of a boss arena in Nier Replicant. Yeah, every boss arena is this boss arena in this game. You're basically like in these circular arenas. And that has to do with the strafing. So I think I talked about this in my Ratchet 2 stream. But in the first game you don't have strafing, so you can't just walk to the sides while the camera stays focused like that. While Ratchet faces a different direction than he's moving in. So you always needed to angle Ratchet where you wanted to be walking and shooting. But in the second game they included the strafing, so now you could walk to the sides while looking in a different direction, and that gave you like more dimensions in which you could evade attacks from. But it also basically overpowered Ratchet for any enemy, so they needed to like center every enemy in like the middle or like in a fixed position in a boss arena, and then Ratchet would basically just navigate around those attacks. And if you look at the boss arenas in Ratchet 1, you have like the Snaggle Beast as a great example of one. Compare that to something like the B2 Brawler, and you're like, holy crap, every boss in Ratchet 2 and 3 is fought in like these circular arenas, whereas in Ratchet 1 that wasn't the case. Like Chairman Drac is fought on these collapsing pillars, and you're like zooming zipping past different platforms. And yeah, so like it's a fun look at how the introduction of a new mechanic, which I think undoubtedly makes the combat better, kind of changes the best practices for boss design, and accidentally, I think, really homogenized what these bosses do.
Of course. With a Mavix Fireball Pro controller, VR headset, and a zero-G dance pad attachment.
Nice.
Will you marry me?
Ratchet is a gamer confirmed.
You've obviously had an exhausting trip. Why don't you stop by your quarter?
Oh, I love this low res. Low res image.
Come meet me on the bridge when you're ready.
Every boss in a circular room is a blight on modern gaming.
This weapon up
Um,
is a lock-on mod. To lock
Let's
on
see.
enemies, press and hold L2 and R2. These are your quarters. I set up the VG.
Okay, so they actually did something there, because I did it twice, but it didn't gain any momentum. That was weird. It was mating season. How could I have known she was your sister? Quark really is the star of this game, and also his banana that he eats, it like flips like out of his neck at the end of that. And it did that on the PlayStation 2 as well. I can confirm that. I noticed that.
Our only hope for stopping this. We're hosed.
We're hosed.
Great. Meet me on the bridge.
Look at that. What is that? Did they remove? No, they didn't remove that feature, I don't think. Whatever. Also, once I have been able to escape from this. I know there is some trick to it, but I've only found it once.
To interrupt these messages.
It's like
People help messages
you have to do some
emergency.
trickery like this, and then you can like clip out of it. But I didn't do that. I don't remember quite how I did it. I think I had the jacked boots. I zoomed in, pressed triangle at the last minute, and then I shot out somehow or something. It's been a while.
We're losing the signal. Try boosting the power.
Isn't that the president?
I say this is a person who likes the Mikolas boss arena. Yeah, that every boss in a circular room is the blight on modern gaming. Yeah, well, the Mikolas arena is kind of fun.
Compound is breached. Cannot hold
But yeah, I prefer like, especially in farm games, more intricate arenas for more intricate fights than just these weird duels.
Robotic citizen.
Oh, there he is.
The hour of your liberation is at hand. Too long.
He's probably the most fun villain in this series, but he's also like... So the villains of the previous games, and the villain of the next game, they were all like big business. Were like polluters and like media manipulators and just like total scumbags. He's just racist. He's like this weird junker clunker economy universe. Is like there's like a thematic thing there about like how you keep watching these ads for these different planets, and the areas somehow never look as interesting as they do in those ads. And there's like a statement on like materialism and commercialism and stuff, but like in this one, it's just it's just racist. It's like I don't know. It doesn't quite fit in. But he's voiced by Armin Shimmerman, who voices Andrew Ryan, and I think that's pretty cool.
A new suit of armor.
Oh my god, I could buy a new armor. Oh lordy, I won't be doing that though. Let's see what we have available in the ship menu though, because our ship... Like, this is another one where it's just like... This was a mechanic in the second game, and you could like change your ship, buy better gear for it and stuff. But here it's purely cosmetic because they removed all the ship fighting. And that's like, because I really enjoy the ship combat, dogfighting, in the second game. And they brought it back in Tools of Destruction, but then it's just like a rail shooter, and I'm like, why is this what you're doing? The second game was so much better. I have nothing to add other than I love your Metal Gear Solid videos and everything else you did. I just wanted to say I love your stuff, you're amazing. Thanks, Deva. Pain. Have nothing to add. You added that. I've never played these games and always get these mixed up with those Jack games. Jack's games? No, it's Jack and Daxter, not Jax and Daxter. But yeah, these are like sister franchises. Naughty Dog and Insomniac worked in the same house. They had offices in the same place, basically. And there's a lot of like crisscrossing technology used in these games, and like a lot of in-universe advertisement for the other franchises. They also did that PlayStation Move game where Jack and Daxter meet Ratchet and Clank, who meet Sly Cooper and Bentley, I think it was. It's like, ugh, you know, I don't know about this Sly Cooper guy. Nah, I'm joking. Because they are like the trinity of kid-friendly action games, like action platformers on the PlayStation 2. But yeah, it's kind of sad how these franchises went, where Jack just stopped because Naughty Dog decided we're gonna make Uncharted games forever. Sly Cooper really fizzled out because his games just don't really make money. And Ratchet just like, we'll keep going, but like, why? We're not really making Ratchet and Clank games anymore. And that's like, one game I really would like to play on stream is Ratchet the Nexus game, like Into the Nexus or Nexus, depends on, name depends on where you live. Because they changed it in, when they published it, they do it with all the ones. But that one has so many interesting ideas, and when I played it, I was like, why is this a Ratchet and Clank game? This would be so much better if it was just its own thing, because it's like this weird area where it's like a Bioshock level, basically, where you're in like this orphanage listening to these audio logs, and there's this great level where you're in this gigantic underground sewer system that's completely pitch dark, and you're just hovering there, and you have like only the light you can project out there. And I just play this and I'm like, this would be so much better if it were just its own thing. And that's kind of my feeling about all the future games. Like, why are these Ratchet and Clank games when I think it would be much, much, much better if they didn't have the baggage of Ratchet and Clank associated with them, and you could just do like, oh, Catman and Robot Do. But I think I've had that rant like 20 times by now. Inferno Power. Doesn't translate over to the cutscenes.
They're attacking the compound from the other side. We could sure use your help.
You got it.
You got it. Follow me to the dropship. Also, it ran out. Like, the timer still played in the cutscene. So, like, this is like peak PlayStation 2 design, where you didn't playtest this to be like, hey, maybe don't put the crate right next to the activation trigger for a cutscene, or like, hey, maybe freeze the countdown timer while the cutscene plays or something. It's weird. Ah, it's so weird. Thanks, I never know you did these streams. I'm glad, especially in Ratchet and Clank. Glad the fans of a great series have such an amazing creator to produce content for. Well, I'm a fan too. Well, thank you. Yeah, I've streamed the first 2 games on this channel. And I'll stream Ratchet Gladiator next year. These are my Christmas streams that always come out in January. But then they'd get compared to Ratchet games anyway as inferior cat games. Yeah, but like, you could even like set it in the same universe if you want to, but like, and I don't think you really would want to, but it's different to be compared to them unfavorably, to being like, oh, and by the way, these are the same guys who were doing the dick jokes just in like 2 games ago. I think it was the Gaming Brit who made this observation in one of his videos, where it's like, the first 4 Ratchet games are all about like Ratchet and Clank becoming disillusioned with this hyper manufactured heroism, and like the sorry state of their horribly commercialized universe, and like the people and the corporations that make it like that. And you know, it's the 2000s game, so yeah. But then the future games come out and they look like Pixar movies, and it's like, the old games were all about mocking those sorts of overproduced cinematics and stuff. So it's like, it's weird that now that's just their bread and butter. Is there no super chat option? I wanted to donate. No, because to have a super chat, I had to like link it up to. I think I had to link it up to like a company ID or something like that, and I'm like, nah, don't do that. You don't have to donate. Just like, hey, if you want to, there's always Patreon, and you can get an early look at the urban exploration video I made, and I have some videos coming up there in the coming weeks. But yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll do like super chats, because I considered it when I was streaming Yu-Gi-Oh that to like enable super chats so that for like $1 or something, people could force me to put in shitty cards in my deck. But I never got around to it because like it seemed like way too much of a hassle for what it would be worth. And yeah, there's a lot of these sorts of arena, clear out the enemies, capture the flag, well, not capture the flag, that's in the multiplayer. There's a lot of these sorts of missions because this game launched with a multiplayer mode, and a lot of what they designed for the multiplayer clearly had to be like reused for the single player. Because they clearly did not have time to make both a multiplayer and a single player. And it's actually a really interesting multiplayer. Probably we will not be checking that out now, but yeah. No overheating mechanic on this turret. That's how you know this game is based and not made in like 2012 or whatever. That was basically a waste. I could have just killed the enemies instead. This level, this fight here was the biggest hurdle the first time I played the game all those years ago. Because I'd been playing it since I got it, and I reached this point, and I couldn't do it until the day after. So many memories, so many fond memories associated with this game. Also, I think it has the ugliest HUD out of the original 4 Ratchet games. It's really weird, where it's just like this orange, yellow, black. First game has the best HUD. The CRT things. Kidding me? It looks amazing. Like you go to the vendor and there's a guy there like, hey, I need more balls. Sure, I'm not. You need to buy money. I need money. Come on, I didn't waste all this ammo on this guy not to kill him. I hope the clicking and clacking of the controller isn't coming through too loud. Under the gun.
Protect the repair crew. We need that turret deck online.
But yeah, like this sort of mission-based structure, I think actually makes a lot of sense for a Ratchet game. But it's like, if the whole level had been that, I think this works a lot better. But because it's just like, oh, it's all in this one arena. Whereas in like, imagine if in Metropolis or like, yeah, Planet Kerbin, you were traveling across the entire city to like, you have to put these turrets back online. And then like, maybe you're even traversing across the same basic terrain. But like between a few towers. And every time you do it, it changes up the threats in the levels, because you first activate one turret in one tower, and then you have covering fire, which means you can go to like the more open spaces in the level, whereas first you would have had to like take cover from fire, and you did that by keeping to the shadows and the interiors. So now it's kind of like you gradually unlock more of the level, and then you have all the towers under your control. Then you can like shoot some cables, and now you can grind rail on those cables across the towers, and it's like gradually unlocking more and more of the levels. You could not have done this on the PlayStation 2, but like this, I think this makes sense, this sort of mission-based structure, but you needed to do it a bit more sort of intense. Because I think the problem with Ratchet as it goes on is that the combat was never what made it great. It was always the platforming. And this is like, I do really like Ratchet Gladiator. I think it's better than this because it's more experimental, and it takes a lot more risks. But the combat is good because it's a platforming combat, right? It's not about shooting. It's about like dodging over slow-moving projectiles and positioning yourself in a way to best hit the enemies. And yeah, like that's when the platforming is weak, like I think it is generally speaking in this game, that kind of comes down really hard on the combat. And well, like if you had good platforming, that could salvage the combat. I don't think good combat is enough to salvage the lack of really interesting exploration and fun platforming. Do I have... No, I don't have the lock on yet. That's another weird thing about like the weapons here. I just talked about how this weapon, as it upgrades, it becomes stronger, but it scales with like how difficult it is to use it. And that's not really universal because for all the guns, I think you get like, oh yeah, you can unlock a lock-on for the gun later on. And there's like, but that makes it easier. So what is this? Interesting idea. Yeah. So these are not ideas I'm pitching off the cuff. I have devoted hours and hours and hours into thinking how I would have designed my own Ratchet game. Ratchet is probably the only franchise I would ever want to work on. I love making my own games, but like this is the only franchise where I would genuinely like, okay, I'll take a pay cut, I'll take a paycheck to just direct one of these games. Also, like in Ratchet 1 and 2, you had to like move the analog stick in a circle to do this. Now I can just angle it anywhere, and he automatically runs in the circle, and I think that's kind of weak.
Agent Clank,
more player friendly, but less interesting.
In person than you are on the holovid. And I must say, I've never seen a chauffeur fight like you do, son. Who says you can't find good help these days, right, Clank? Sasha's told me a lot about you. Don't get any ideas, kid. She is way out of your league. Sasha filled me in on the Quark situation. I'm told the man thinks he's a monkey.
He has lost his memory, sir.
Well, then you'll simply have to find
it
for him.
You have to find it
our
for him,
star
man.
player back in the game ASAP. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
My daughter tells me you're a man who's good with his hands, Ratchet.
Sir, I swear I never...
The city's laser shield went down during the attack. Now we are...
See what it was like? That was a weird innuendo there, you know? Probably don't see that in your modern Ratchet games.
Sir. We're on it.
Link that Patreon, Acer, and as Fry would say, yeah, take my money, Fry. Yeah, it's patreon.com/medievalmegaman. I think it's like linked on my channels and such. But like you don't have to give me money if you like. You don't have to. It's fine. Unless you want to, then it's cool too. All right, so I love this gadget. This is one of the best gadgets in any of these games because it's one of the few gadgets that has utility in combat as well.
Equip it and stand in the path of the laser. Hold L1.
And like, yeah, this is basically the gun I was talking about in Size Matters. except like you just shoot out a laser and then you're like stuck like this and you can like angle it around. Obviously not great in on the PlayStation Portable. Like it's barely good here. And like this is what I love too, is that I can't shoot a laser out of the angled beam, but from the original beam I can. So that's pretty cool. And you can get a skill, and like this is even pretty bad because I have the camera movement so fast. Hold on, is this the one where... Let's see if I can make the laser a bit steeper. Nah, I can't. Okay. So they seemingly play tested this well enough so that you just don't run into the laser right there. Oh, yeah, this is good. Redirected, my man. Must destroy all squishies. I wish I could play this because I never did, but I've seen some speedrun stuffs on it, but I don't know the game really at all. I only played the first. Interesting to know a player chat about it. Yeah, these games are really good to watch speedruns for because there's so much just insane stuff people have discovered about them over the years. Makes a lot of sense, the reason, what, and how you come to X or Y. So these ideas are what you want to play also. Many devs who design what they think is fun to play. Yeah. I don't understand why anybody would want to make a game that they wouldn't want to play. Seems like a really good way to make a terrible game. Oh god, I accidentally lit the beam there. My man! I'm trying to kill you. There you go. Size Matters' story sucks and the bosses too. The armor idea was good, but they failed because armor mixing didn't do anything at all. Yeah, the levels in Size Matters was good too, I think. I think Size Matters is a much better sort of continuation for Ratchet than the Future series is, where, yeah, these sorts of Honey, I Shrunk the Kid shenanigans, they make a hell of a lot more sense as the continuation for this franchise than, oh, now it's about like the destiny of the last Lombax and stuff like that. It's just, I think, I have some issues with it, but I think it's much more interesting than what we got from the PlayStation 3 people. PlayStation 3 devs, which I guess just are Insomniac. It's interesting to me also that they never just made a straight... Well, I mean, they kind of did in Gladiator, but just a straight up, like... Yeah, just like a Gladiator game. Where, like, no, you just do, like... Oh, well, I mean... They did it. They did Gladiator. What am I saying? They didn't kind of do it in Gladiator. They just straight up did it. Size Matters was so underrated. I think Size Matters is like Ratchet Nexus, where it's interesting. Ta-da! Acer, the king of getting all the skill points. Oh wait, is this? No, okay. See, this is good playtesting. Because you can't kill yourself with the laser, and you can't sort of lock yourself out of progress either. It's crazy how the devs hate the old Ratchet games, calling them cringe, despite making a soulless game now with cringe jokes. Do they say that? Because I don't really follow up on the behind the scenes of Insomniac. But I also just know that a lot of the old Ratchet team just aren't in control of making those games anymore. And it's like, it's very easy to try to put these games down in order to make your own games, because look bigger. One thing I don't really like, and this is something the game industry, it's kind of like a cyanide pill the game industry has collectively taken, is this idea that if your game is like silly and kid friendly, then it's like, then that's sort of stupid. But if your game is like dark and about tragedy and cynicism and nihilism, then it's good. I hate this idea. I think Ratchet, I like this game, I think is better than anything Insomniac has done in at least a decade, if not more. And yeah, it's just this idea of, well, we're gonna put this down as a way to contrast that now we make serious games. Now we make art. This is art. Resistance, I don't think is art.
This vid comic.
Treat it gently. It is the first edition.
Perhaps this will help restore Quark's memories.
Cinematic Spider-Man games, also I'm not a big fan of, but I guess those are at least more gameplay driven than something like The Last of Us. Hey thens, excited for our Demon Souls talk, which is coming up any one of these weeks or months. They need to basically invent a new month in the middle of January and February, just for me. None of you get to have this month, but it's just for me, so that I can clear my backlog in my schedule and get back to get back on top of things. I mean, they could also say they hate something, but truly love those games and humor. But guess what your job is? To say this is the way, because the boss told you. Jobs can suck. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's also just like this idea. Well, it's like the industry goes into trends, and it's in a really weird trend now of we're not really making super gameplay-driven games. But that's why I say everybody get on Twitter right now. Find Ted Price. Find Insomniac. What am I doing? I have to go here. And tell them to make Acer direct the next Ratchet game. I can do it. I have a good one in me. I know that. Wouldn't even need to bring back Dr. Nefarious.
Watch and learn, Clank. This is how
a real hero gets it done. Yeah, so Ratchet is a gamer, confirmed. There's a setting in New Game Plus which lets you skip playing these for no reason whatsoever, but I actually kind of like it because these break up the tempo of the game in a really weird way.
Meticulously reconstructed crack research team
yeah.
with the aid of eyewitness accounts, bathroom gossip, wild speculation.
So like I like these as like weird little novelty games, but it would probably really drain on the experience to have to replay them every time.
Ahoy! Anybody else got a craving for fish and chips?
Though still in the prime of his youth, Captain Quark was already a living legend.
I was beating him up with a stick.
However, no.
See what I'm talking about? Like Captain Quark really comes into his own in this one. This is the Captain Quark game. Oh, God, tell me this is a typo.
That's robotic.
Robotic pirate ghosts.
Just reading wasn't your subject, eh, Professor?
Right. Now we begin the interactive portion.
And this is like a dumb joke in this game. But in Tools of Destruction, it's like, nope, there actually are robotic pirates. Ouch. Ouch. Bling.
Up an officially licensed Quark token. Collect all the tokens in the level to earn a secret ride. Bling bling, baby. The red ones are worth 10 Quark tokens.
Ouch. I'm just eating shit here. I think these games are also a great way to sort of build up on Captain Quark's character when he isn't in the game, like, because you always just connect more to the people you're playing as. So this is also just like a good way to deliver some good old Captain Quark lore. I would have bought, like, if they'd have done just another game of just this, like, oh, it's the Quark-tastic collection. and it would have been just like, I don't know, 30 levels of this weird Captain Quark side-scrolling adventure game, I would have totally liked that. As a kid, I would have played the hell out of that. Are you kidding me? Give him like weird Castlevania movesets. That would have been amazing. It would have been cool even if they had done like if they would have done like remakes basically of the Ratchet games, except you play as Quark and it's like Quark taking the credit for Ratchet's adventures and you're playing that in this style. Just give me control of the franchise. Okay, I can do it. I clearly know better what people want. I clearly know what I want. But yeah, you make that, release it as like a $30 little thing on PSN. I think that would have been fun. There's like probably 500,000 fans of Ratchet that would have gotten a kick out of that, would have played that, and it would have been like a fun game. Also, if you make it good, that's the trick about this. If you just make it like a good side-scroller, even people who don't know anything about Ratchet could have gotten a kick out of it. Just playing a good old collectathon.
A nice juicy health upgrade.
Remember, cadets, there's one in every level. You can also, it is actually faster from memory to punch it to death. Hold on, let's see if I can get it to spawn here again. Hold on. Yes, the Demon Souls talk. Acer, be careful, you don't know who's listening in. Check this out. Rich bitch! But I didn't beat it in under time, so I don't get the skill points, sadly. Sadly. But that's fine. I worked on some real junk, but this one takes the cake.
Robots. What do they think? We're idiots?
Hey, Professor, snap to it.
I love the low, shitty production values of these Captain Quark video games where they couldn't even edit that out.
With great reluctance, Quark accepted a meager fee for his services and promptly
A meager fee for his service.
to the Quark for Tots Scholarship Fund, a charity
Providing makeovers and buxom bimbos for needy people.
named Quark.
Named Quark.
Big heart. President? Yes, I got the fruit basket. Thanks. It turns out I'm...
He's throwing it in the trash.
Yeah, who knew? What? Blackwater City is under attack. Yes, sir. I'm on my way.
The exciting, all-true, right, adventures of Captain Quark continue.
I think this is funny, man. I don't know what to tell you. I think this is good. Is the mic popping? Oh no, that sucks. Give me a second.
Well, who's that handsome devil?
It appears Quark has regained his memory.
Hey, this dressing room isn't fit for a pig. What kind of shoddy production are you people running?
That's him, all right.
He may need a while.
No, okay, so
In the meantime,
damn it, I know what's happening.
Perfect for you too. We've just learned of a prototype
Ugh.
holodeck device that can disguise the user as a Tyrannoid. Even allowing
Okay, I'm very sorry about this, but I actually can't fix this right now.
Anyway,
It's the HDMI cable, and like I don't have any spares. I'm really hoping this wouldn't happen.
Oh.
Because for me to fix it, I'd have to like turn off the stream and fix it again, and it'd be like a whole thing. Sorry.
Contestant Fred.
I miss these games. So many good memories. Yeah.
Claims he once had a morpho ray go off in his pants. What a champ. Let's take a look at what he's up against. Doesn't look too bad now, does it? Good luck, Fred.
Next.
Next.
Another day, another death course.
Annihilation Station. Annihilation Nation, I said. Sorry. Just don't do it again. I'll try. I'll try my hardest, I swear. But yeah, I'd bring back the space fight dog fighting from Ratchet 2. I'd bring back the best weapons from these games. I'd have fun platforming.
Let's meet our first contestant. He's an unemployed rocket mechanic.
And I'd present it like this. I wouldn't do like those more pixely games. I'd basically do like Ratchet 5. I'm just gonna ignore the other games for a second.
Will make him more attractive to the ladies. Hey, give a warm welcome.
Oh my god, I've forgotten just how 2000 this game's writing is.
Will attempt to be the first contestant ever to survive.
Which provides buxom bimbos for people named Quark. I've got a big heart. Skill point.
Hey, be sure to catch me next week at the Florana Demolition Derby.
Hey! What the? First death of the stream. Shouldn't. Second death of the stream. It's just like once the floodgates open, it's pretty bad.
Hey, be sure to catch me next week at the Florana Demolition Derby.
To strafe, hold down L2 or R2 while running.
Oh my god! Why didn't he jump? Oh. I can't believe that this is how it ends. I had like 1 hour of good gameplay in me, and now it's just going to the toilet. Focus, focus, focus. That is a good use of the strafing. Ta-da! James Arnold Taylor having a lot of fun as the announcer there. I think there's also a skill point if you do one of these without losing health. Obviously, I'm not getting that.
To center the camera, tap L1.
I think one of the most tone-deaf moments in Ratchet history was when they did the remake, and as a pre-order bonus, you could get the bouncer weapon. Right, and I look at that and I'm like, that's a really interesting pre-order bonus, because that's a weapon from Ratchet 2. So what's going on? Got another Quark Vit comic. Hey, so could you tell me what skill points are for? I don't know. Oh yeah. So the skill points are just like they unlock cosmetic and yeah, basically just cosmetic cheats. So like, I have 2 skill points. But yeah, you could get like big head mode, or you could get like Clank to wear like the Secret Agent Clank tuxedo, or you could get like enemies have big heads. You could get inverse levels. I think there's one where Ratchet is like a clown, and I think the final upgrade in this game has Ratchet be like a beach guy.
Hold the fire button to charge up the beam. Then release the button and sweep the beam across your enemies.
Let's get it on!
So check this out.
This little sucker can really do some damage.
Okay, it doesn't actually come out apparently. They just didn't put in the texture for the laser. But there's a gigantic laser that's shooting out of the cannon right now.
He could be championship material, folks.
And that's what makes it so cool. Also, if you use the Inferno crates in one of these don't get hit challenges, it doesn't count. Because it's not about not losing health, it's about not being hit.
Okay, folks, time to play Luck of the Draw. I'm now pulling the ticket stub out of my hat. Whoa, I should introduce this guy to my ex-wife.
Come on. Ammo, please. Crap. Ammo. Ammo. I wanna use the shot cannon. I don't wanna. Damn it. Fine. I'm only doing this because I don't want to risk losing health, because I think there's a skill point in it for me if I don't. So technically, I haven't used another weapon. I didn't get a skill point. Oh, that sucks. So yeah, the skill point is for the arena fights. Abo.
And here to give you your props.
Yeah, see ya them.
Miss Courtney.
Thanks for dropping by.
How about that, folks?
A skill point that increases head size. How's that skill related?
Do not be alarmed.
Brain game. No, it's just like dumb fun cosmetics.
You won the terror guys. It's very convincing. Anyway, there's something I think the two of you need to see.
There's something the two of you need to see.
101-301. After I personally vanquished the
prototype menace.
facility, I decided to focus my efforts on protecting the endangered of the Florina jungle. But when you arrived, the Dr. Nefarious had again risked.
Quark is such a good, like,
knew where my true
he's such a good character. So, like, full of vanity, and he's so useless.
and my mind overflows with brilliant concepts. Though I still yearn for the bittersweet stench of my simian companions. The time has come to resume my duties as the greatest hero the galaxy has ever known.
Captain Quark!
You're not gonna believe this, but the president put Quark in charge of the fight against Nefarious. Our new commander.
Yeah, and that's another one where we get, like...
You better get
This is actually... Okay, so this is actually one point I really like about this, which is that
This does not.
the politicians are all stupid. So, like, the president, his idea of fighting Dr. Nefarious is, hey, let's get that superhero from the comic books and the movies. Let's get him in charge of the fight. That sounds like a good idea to me. I'm a dumbass. So I'm a fan of that. That kind of connects to the old theme of the previous games about how everybody's basically incompetent and they live in this hyper-commercialized world. You're the guy who analyzed level design in depth on the first one. What do you think about the design of this game? So I've briefly touched on this already. I think level design peaked with Oh, I think it peaked with the second or the first one. It kind of depends on what you want. The first one had a lot more interesting effects, like a lot more good play with shadows and such, because it was kind of a tech demo for the PlayStation 2. This game has substantially worse level design, partly because they were basically reusing assets from the multiplayer because they had to scavenge around to get assets, and but it's also just like weird enemy placements, and like it's not as tight as in the previous two games. So yeah, it's kind of a sour note because I do like the game. I just think that the first two did it better. But then, like, there are levels in this game which I think are genuinely great. I think the level on is it Aquados now actually? Yeah, Aquados. This is a good level, a great level, I would say. I also love that it's like we're at the point now where Quark's childish drawings are the cutscenes for the next games. But yeah, I like this level. But then I like the Omni Orbit level. I don't remember their names. They're the Beltanic Orb. I don't remember. The little mini planet ones. I love those. I think the Courtney Gears level is pretty fun. I think Planet Dax is also kind of fun, even though it's just like a bunch of warehouses with enemies in them. But then you have stuff like Holostar Studios, which is just bafflingly bad. Whereas like it feels like I'm playing some weird experimental indie game from the early 2000s. Because wow, this geometry just doesn't add up in any way, shape, or form. We got the Punch the Monkey skill point, or whatever it's called. I just don't get why the term skill point then, when it's not entirely related. I'm gonna cross my arms and pout. Oh, no. Skill points are how you unlock the cheats. Skill points are always stuff like, throw the wrench at the monkey, or do this challenge without losing health, or do this beat the video game here in under X amount of time. That's the skill points. Ariba Amoeba. I also like in the Quark vid comics here that he never gets the same gun twice from memory. I think he always gets like a different gun in each game, which I think is pretty fun.
Monsters known as amoeboids, born in the laboratories of a twisted scientist named Dr. Nefarious.
To think, they called me insane, Lawrence.
That is Andrew Ryan.
My kids have exterminated all life on this miserable planet.
And he's clearly having a lot of fun with the character. And also, and this sounds really ugly to say, but if you Google Armin Shimmerman, they clearly designed Dr. Nefarious to look like him. And he's like, I love his work. He's also Rasputin's dad in Psychonauts. But yeah.
Now where were we? From the moment I touched down, I knew the situation called for a head-on assault. Without hesitation, I rushed to do heroic battle with the monstrous amoeboid horde.
So yeah, like he was clearly having fun playing this character. It's like, I get it, it's a fun character. He's like just an insane scientist. He's the most lovable racist I know about. But also it's really weird in the future games because they bring him back, and the future games are all about like, oh, it's the last Lombax. And it's like, you know, the Lombaxes will save us, and like the heroes, so the Lombaxes, which is just Ratchet's race for those not in the know. What's interesting is that they bring Dr. Nefarious back to be the final villain of the last one of those they made. Well, not the last one, but like the big one, Crack in Time. And his racism is gone. And it's like, instead he's trying to use a time machine to create a world where the villains always win and the heroes always lose. And I'm just like, you could have paid off like his weird racism in this game. It's just, it's baffling because like you it seems like you were setting up to do that, but then it's like, I don't know, you just didn't. And also he's like such a just tacked on addition to that game, whereas the real villain, which is like Alistair Azimuth, he has like an actual interesting story where he also wants to use this time machine thingy to revive the Lombaxes, and it's like, oh, you know, Ratchet, your new mentor character, yeah, it's like you know, he's not great, and there's like a personal conflict there, and that's like, that actually kind of works. But then it's like, nah, it's Dr. Nefarious again, and his wacky antics. It's like they were trying to do a really deep story or whatever, and then it's like, and by the way, here is everybody's favorite Dick Dastardly. They also kind of talk similarly. Him and Dr. Nefarious. Love the jump sounds, reminds me of all those 80s arcade Donkey Kong clones. Yeah. Like this is another one of those moments where it's like, okay, somebody in Insomniac had a lot of fun making this. Like if I was working on this game, this is what I would have wanted to do. I'd be like, hey, just you don't need to take any of my silly ideas for the story or anything like that. Just like put me in codes, put me in charge of the Quark parts. Titanium bolt, and we're out. Is that the PlayStation 3 version or is it an emulator? Oh, it's the PlayStation 3 version. That's why it's running at like 30 frames per second, because my capture card can't stream higher than that without me doing weird configurations, and I don't want to do that. Don't want to risk anything. Quark is iconic. Oh yeah.
Amoeboid army defeated. Dr. Nefarious had no choice but to flee Blackwater.
In Crack in Time, there's some subtext that he wants to time travel to make it so that life was always robotic from the start, but then it's never mentioned in the game. Yeah, that's weird. Google Armin Shimmerman and tell me they didn't design Dr. Nefarious after him. Like I'm not saying this to be a dick or anything, but like they did.
In the name of justice.
What? I held my breath.
And he did it for like 6 days or something. I also think that the Dr. Nefarious, like the thing about Dr. Nefarious is that he is actually a really good villain for a Quark game. Because he and Quark have such a fun dynamic, because Quark is such an idiot and Dr. Nefarious is such a like, he's such a good foil for like an idiot hero like Quark. And this is the weirdest subtext in the game, weirdest sort of sub-story in the game. But for Ratchet, it's like, I don't know, it's like, it's weird that now Ratchet facing this guy. But if they made like a straight up Quark game, then yeah, Nefarious makes a lot of sense. Got a weird notification. Also, why are his eyeballs acting like that? In the look, he had like just white eyeballs for a second there.
Yeah, how about now? He'll figure.
Also, Clank didn't shine this much original. Like they butchered these cutscenes in the remaster. What do you prefer more, OG Trilogy or future games? OG Trilogy, by far. I think like I talked about this a bit earlier, I think the future games basically should not have been Ratchet and Clank. I think they should have created a new franchise entirely and made those the future games. Because then you don't have the baggage. Here's Skid McMarx's ship. Okay, this is one of the best levels in the game. This underwater port. Hey, my dude!
Kid, what are you doing here?
My code name is Shadow Dude, bro. Black ops are my specialty. I figured you guys could use my help.
Be right back. Need a smoke. Mithril.
Got this one covered.
I like that Rilkar and Kurban return in the vid comics. Yeah, they also return, of course, in the Kurban returns and Rilkar both. They both return as in the Ratchet levels, but like they're so bad in this one compared to what they were in the original. Like Blackwater City, one of the best designed levels in the entire series. But then it's like it's just like this weird arena fight again. Like, ugh. Love the amoebas though. Love that these guys come back. And like again, you have this dynamic of there are enemies that are enemies to the other enemies in the level. And also, if you do the, I was talking earlier about how well balanced this shock cannon is to like the damage it does, and how like as it becomes stronger, it also becomes harder to use. It costs 10 ammo to do that big laser, so it's like it's also more expensive. You can, okay, so you can angle Ratchet at the end of that bridge, so that when it jets out, he'll be on the other side before Skid McMarks is. I've never seen that done in a speedrun, but I've done that myself, so I know for a fact that it can be done. I've accomplished it precisely once. So speedrunners looking to do something interesting in the game, there's a freebie. Where is ammo? Hello? Ammo? 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 I wasted all my ammo doing big laser shots. You dumbass! You killed your own friend. Just like I predicted. And yeah, here you get the return of the Poketaru from Ratchet and Clank 1 skill point, where blow up all the dynamite and you can get a skill point.
You haven't forgotten how to swim, have you?
Oh, Al. Come on, Ratchet, please. Wait, are you fighting Nintendo toys? Yeah, I got that Martha Meeboid.
Be careful down there. My scanners show a huge biomass moving towards you down the drain pipe.
Damn. We have to conserve our ammo now because of this guy. Laser. And that's also like one of the things about this gun is that you have to actually waste one ammo before you can get the big laser to activate. So like you can, but you can use the whole laser for the cost of one ammo as well. So like if you have 2 ammo left, okay, see, like I do now, I can hold it in and now I have the laser. Ta-da! Check this out.
Awesome.
Hacks. Master of the game. Use the game to teleport myself. Oh wait! Maybe Ratchet... I just made a gigantic proclamation a few seconds ago that you could save time because the Ratchet can be on the edge of the bridge and then he'll be on the other side ahead of Skid. But no, maybe he doesn't. I think he just genuinely teleports. Skid, do you have ammo? Do you have ammo? This isn't a 7th gen game, so my AI partners don't just fetch ammo for me. Courtney Draper and Ashley Jolson are not really here to bail me out. Dead. All right. No, I don't want to buy that. I wanted to buy it. What the hell, man? I want to buy ammo. Maybe I should press the correct buttons, huh? Yeah, you need to come closer. Oh, you don't actually leave until I kill all the enemies, huh? Great. Boop. Ammo. Wasn't far enough. Is this a minimalist run? No, I just like, I don't have to redo everything because I died like a dumbass because I wasted all my ammo. Minimalist run. How dare you? How dare you? And yeah, this is also possibly the best collectathon level because it's like it's great and it's terrible because to fully navigate the sewers, you need the magnet boots, and when you have those, you can't really be flying around everywhere. So, like, you're really limited, but it creates a different kind of challenge. I'm not gonna get the dynamite skill point. I don't have the time for this. Skill points, who needs them? That's what I think. He killed his friend. Like a dummy. Nope. Went too far. I was referring to you only using the shock blaster. Oh, yeah, no, this is just a cheap-ass run. Also, I don't know if I have a Ratchet 2... I don't know if this is the safe... This is the profile I beat Ratchet 2 on last year, so... I don't know if I can actually get a lot of those free weapons. And like, I'll have to get more weapons eventually, because like, I can't do Metropolis without buying something more, because I don't think... I just generally think it doesn't have enough ammo to beat Clank, like I talked about earlier. And you can't wrench him because he keeps flying away. You gonna take that? I have to. Now I get to the mines. Cringe, bro. Cringe that you would drop the mines on me like that. But it's also just the case that like none of the weapons I like have really unlocked by now. So like, I don't want to use that weird turret, hand turret thing, or like the whip. Ugh. they just got stuck for some reason. That's fine. Ah! It has to be like frame perfect. Ugh. Yo, best Ratchet and Clank ever made here. Hey, please don't watch. Please don't rewind the stream and watch the beginning. Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter were great games of the PlayStation 2 era. We seem to have lost something since then. Yes, we lost kids playing games, and I'm not even joking. Kids today, they just play like Roblox and Fortnite, and I'm not saying that like, oh, back in my day, but it's like when Microsoft and Sony flat out refuse to invest in games for kids, this dies. And instead you just get like, oh yeah, it's Fortnite.
Slim Cognito? What are you doing down here?
I had a small run-in with the cops concerning a suck cannon upgrade that was mistakenly sold to a minor. I swear the kid looked 18.
What upgrade to the suck cannon did a kid buy? Is this another one of these dick jokes?
Well, let's see what you've got.
Oh. Let's see. Can I get free stuff? Free stuff? Free stuff? Free stuff? Checking hard disk drive for previous save game data. Yes! Probably the best gun in the game right here. They took one of the great guns of Ratchet and Clank 2 that they ruined with that upgrade. I actually really like that upgrade. I just think that like people fell in love with this gun, and then they turned it into like a gun that just shoots like hot molten lava rocks instead of just this. And like I like that rock gun, but this is clearly a lot more fun. And they kind of screwed this gun upgrade wise in the second game, instead of just making those two separate guns. But here they actually like create an upgrade that makes sense, where it's like a freeze gun. It's gone from suck to blow.
Must split up here. Yeah. Well, I guess it's time to put up.
Can you elaborate on that Kid Games hot take? Psychonaut feels like an active series with a vibe you're talking about. Psychonauts 1 came out in like 2006, and Psychonauts 2 came out like 14 years later. It was like the PlayStation 2 was built, like PlayStation was built on like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot and like all these weird esoteric kids games. What are like outside of Nintendo? What are some good kids games series? Not like a single game, but series that have been developed in the past 10 years. Right? It's just like it's always something on the periphery. It's something like Fortnite or Minecraft or Roblox. There's not a lot of like Tearaway. Tearaway was interesting because like yeah, that probably could have been something if like it had sensibilities that kids liked instead of being like, oh yeah, this is a kids game for adults. Because kids don't actually, I don't think kids really like that sort of minimalist weirdness stuff. I think kids like loud, zippy, cartoony Sunday morning action, which I like too. But yeah, it's you know, Uncharted not really made for kids. Last of Us not really made for kids. Resistance not really made for kids. Death Stranding wasn't really made for kids. It's just a massive underinvestment, I should say, in games for people younger than 15. Would you kindly open that door for me? That's kind of a messed up thing to say because Armin Shimmerman is in the game and he was in Bioshock. My pteronoid brother. Oh. But you never need to redo these. So that's kind of fun. Wow. Go lick a purple fungus, Toadface. I also love that it doesn't just like you screw up one of these and it isn't like, oh, you need to redo the whole thing. They discovered you're not a tyrannoid. Who are you? He asks me. Certainly not a Lombax. Very well. Now we send the bridge up to Clank. Did you all hear the news that Final Fantasy 16 is going to be a PlayStation 5 exclusive and that it won't be coming to PC after all? Sony execs said that people should just buy a PlayStation 5 if they want to play it so bad. I hadn't heard that, but I think that kind of sucks. If that's true.
I lost 5 bolts under that girder. It's by now, you fool.
Maybe kids games will make a comeback someday. Maybe. I generally think this thing comes in like waves and like waves and movements and like, yeah, you know, you had the PlayStation 2 and it sold 150 million copies, so you could basically make any game on it, and because the user base was so big, you basically couldn't lose money making a game on that thing. But with it more fractured now, it's more about like adult franchises, and like game development, generally speaking, is just more expensive, so bigger investment means you take fewer risks and you get a lot more things which have been proven to work, less weird esoteric experiments. There's actually a stance that I've been seriously rethinking over the past years, because I used to be all about like, we need more competition in the games industry, more oh god damn it, did he blow up? Oh, okay, there he is. Oh, there's another spawn there, yeah. But then I look back and I'm like, the golden age of video games, the 4th, 5th, and 6th generation, all occurred under the least competitive console markets. Why is everybody telling me how to play this game? I don't know how to play this game, Captain Quark. No! Get over here. Please do better pathfinding in your games, Insomniac from 2003, I think? 2005? Oh, I did hit the button, it's just on the timer. Oh. Durr. Stop that. Also, I think if I get hit by a laser one more time, I automatically die, like regardless of how much health I have. A Hat in Time was a pretty good kids game in recent years. Well, kids, young teen kids. Yeah, sure. Like, it's not that they just don't ever make them, but compare the outpouring of kids games today versus and I mean like big mainstream kids games today to what we got back in the day. Today it's just like, oh yeah, we're doing another Animal Crossing. How do I know I can trust you? Go lick up purple fungus, Toadface. Because I'll give you my sister's phone number, and I'm definitely not a Lombax. Oh, why didn't you say so? Selling out your sister for a bridge extension like that, my man.
Well, what took you so long? Clank,
maybe things would be different if single-player games didn't bend towards the games or art angles in single-player games circa 2000 were so weird we needed to hang out together in real life to win. Yeah, I think that's also like... That's also something that I actually think there's a good point there in that... and this goes back to what I was saying earlier about how, like, you know, to be serious, you can't be kid-friendly and, like, silly. this idea that no, we have to, everything has to present itself as art, and if you've anything stupid or anything like that, then it's not real art. And I think that's like you're deliberately undermining what makes games so great, so that people who don't like games can be convinced that games are art, rather than telling those people to take a hike. You know, who cares what they think? I remember loving Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance 1 and 2. My daughter loved sitting with me watching. Sadly, she's now a gamer. Oh, that sucks, man.
Whoa, deja vu.
Oh, it's you two again. Right on schedule. This here's one of the nastiest, smelliest sewers in the galaxy. Most guys wouldn't set foot in a place like this, but me? I just can't get enough.
Right. Well, we were just passing through. You can get back to whatever you were doing.
Hey, if you find any sewer crystals, I'll pay you for them in bolts. I'm making something special for the missus.
Sewer crystals. We'll keep that in mind.
Okay, I actually think that the sewer crystals cutscenes got accidentally shuffled around. Because there's two cutscenes that play. One when we first trade him sewer crystals, and another one when we trade him the final sewer crystals. Check this out.
Fresh from the bowels of a king amoeboid.
Okay, that, like, he's saying, okay, this is poop from these king amoeboids. But in the second one, Ratchet asks him, hey, what are sewer crystals anyway? And he's like, you don't, it's really best if I don't tell you. It's like, you already told him! Did they have a clown on staff writing the script? Don't worry, I'm not gonna collect all the sewer crystals, I'm just dicking around a little bit. It's like the TV show snobbery about comedy shows not being serious art, utter nonsense. Yeah. You have to be dark and gritty and serious and nihilistic and cynical. Watchmen is art, but a Superman comic where he solves a problem for some people, that's not art. That's childish. Like, no, it's also good. What? I also like that these crystals break in one shot, which was definitely not the case in Ratchet 2 when you got the moonstones or the Chow crystals or whatever they were called. The key crystals or whatever. Some weird kung fu. Is it weird that this was my favorite part of this game? I love crystal collecting in this. No, I don't think that's weird. I also think this is really fun. I accidentally took a weird turn to the left there. Well, to the right there. Holy shit. When I was reading the comments. That's fine. I don't need more. But yeah, this is one of my favorite levels in this game. Add to the sewer count in the games. Ding! Yeah, that's very FromSoft also. Where it's like, oh, the level loops right back to the beginning. And also, there's a sewer level. Did we have a lot of sewer levels previously? I mean, I guess. I guess you had like waterworks places and stuff.
Sorry to disturb your work, sir, but you may want to know that your impenetrable secret base on Aquatos has been
penetrated.
Impossible! If you say so.
Impossible!
He stole some sort of data disk. Well, I must be off now. Dirty laundry and whatnot.
Who is responsible for this outrage?
I believe it was a Captain Quark or something.
Oh, Janice, you will always be the love of my life.
Like, just such a weird, silly villain. He makes so much sense in a Captain Quark game. Why Why is he the villain of a Ratchet game? It's so weird.
If anyone can beat a moron at his own game.
That's how I feel about Batman. Everyone is like, he needs to be dark and brooding, and I'm just like, does no one remember that he almost always a happy and kind of goofy detective before the 90s? I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think that sort of began at the Comics Code Authority until the 70s, but I think Neil Adams had basically turned that around before Frank Miller got involved in the late 80s. But like, if you watch Batman the Animated Series, it's not all dour and depressing. A lot of the episodes are just Batman, and he's like, hey, you know, I want to be home before Christmas, but Clayface is out and about, and, you know, hey, Robin, how are you feeling? And it's just like, you know, he's just a guy. He's not, like, deeply disturbed or anything like that. He's just, like, he's a superhero, and it's like, he's kind of fun, and he's funny. He has a sense of humor. He has friends. He hangs out with people.
After all, my plan
So, yeah.
worked even more perfectly than expected.
Not everything should be literally tailored for one person. Yeah.
Don't mention it. I'm just doing my job. Now that I know where the Tyrannoids are coming from, I can put a stop to this alien
menace once and for all.
With utter disregard for my own safety, I've drawn up an ingenious plan for an attack on Tyrannosis. First, I shall humbly step aside.
Great first step.
Allowing Ratchet to free fall down and take out the mortar launchers at the landing site. Once the mortars have been silenced, the dropship...
I don't know. I think this is funny. I think it's funny how much of a coward he is.
Make his way to the 4 plasma cannon.
They straight up murder the Joker in that series after he tortures Robin. I was in Batman Beyond. That was a bit different. I'm talking about just the original, the animated series. Right, with Joker, well, like one of the best episodes is the laughing fish. Joker's plan is just he puts his trademarked smile and face on the fishes, and then he's like trying to sue the fisheries to give him money because they're trading in his face, and like it's not poisoned or anything, but they have his face on it. And it's just like, what kind of a weird scheme is this?
Rooting for you every step of the way.
Yeah, man, we got your back.
Yeah, the plan is excellent.
I love anti-hero jerk Ratchet. He was oozing character and was much more memorable. He was too cool for the video game nerds, I guess. Video nerds don't like someone with attitude and confidence. Yeah, I also think Ratchet in Ratchet 1 is the best characterization of him. It's kind of like in Devil May Cry, where I think Dante in the first game is a lot more fun than the Dante in subsequent games, because Dante in subsequent games, he's kind of like just... He's a bit too silly. And Ratchet, I like him better when he's like, I don't know, he's more like, I don't know, yeah, he's got more attitude, he's a bit more angsty, and then he's like, did he start smoking weed or whatever? He's just like, he's mellowed out so much in subsequent games. I think he's like, I think this Ratchet, I said this earlier, I think he's like a good middle point between Ratchet 1 and Ratchet 2, characterization-wise. But yeah, I think Ratchet as a bit of a jerk is also a bit more fun, because you still have that dynamic of like, they're going to a weird new galaxy and weird new planets, and like, yeah, they're heroes, but Ratchet is kind of a jerk, and Clank is like a bit too polite, so it's like, you know, that dynamic just lends itself really well to fun interactions with the weird inhabitants of the world. But post Ratchet 1, they never really were about interacting with the people in the world quite as much. So like Ratchet 2, yeah, you do that some, but in this one, basically all the missions you get from Quark, or you get from Sasha. And like that sort of weird lumberjack redneck character from the beginning who was like, I think I saw him and I had a banana, or maybe it weren't a banana, to get the Floridia planet. He was just in that cutscene, and you don't actually talk to him. And there's like, it's even worse in Gladiator, where you're not even like, there's no pretense of even meeting these characters. But yeah, it is what it is. That's something I would bring back. Hashtag let Acer make a Ratchet already. Hashtag I'm sorry about the cracking audio. I also think what's missing from a lot of games today is like that sort of 2000s edge. Because like I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of like Steven Universeism in kids media today, where it's all about like it's okay to cry, and it's like yeah, that's cool, but can you make a game about a guy who's like fun and who? Because like when I was young and I was watching those cartoons, I always liked the characters who I was like, well, he's cool, I want to be like him. And I don't really engage a lot with kid cartoons today. Shock, but that's not really what I'm seeing just from my periphery here. And if I can't imagine, maybe kids today like Steven Universe more than like Batman or whatever, but I can't imagine they do. That's Lords. Yeah. See, is everyone happy now I'm using 2 guns instead of 1?
Nice work, Ratchet.
The OG Ben 10 was so good back in the day. I think Ben 10 was a bit after my generation.
Access your world map, press select or R3.
Oh, we hoarding money? Oh, chat, we hoarding money. Don't you worry about that. Okay, it's 17:35 for me, which means I'm gonna get up and get some coffee in soon-ish. Don't go off the cliff there. Wouldn't want you to die now, would we? Another weird addition to the game is they created those collectible trophies, which is like, this is just titanium bolts. This is just like, it's the same thing except they unlock something different. And it's like, yeah, I guess it doesn't suck that this is here, but like the creative juices I don't think were flowing quite as much in this game as they were in the previous two. I do really like though that they merged the dynamo with the slingshot. I think because they both function as both, that one item functions as both, you can do a lot more interesting puzzle design, since the player, the player doesn't have to continually stop and swap out which gadget is he's using. You won't get world record if you can't move fast. Wallet weighing you down is the first mistake in speedrunning. Spend everything. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just on track to get the speedrunning record anyways, so like, you know, we really need to focus here. Probably like 2 hours over the line. So this is something that, like, this is very indicative of the era of design this comes from, where here's a slingshot, and there's a titanium bolt on the other side, but I don't have the slingshot, so it's like, oh, you come back later to do that, and it's like, you're just locking these weird little rooms here behind items that I get, so that I have to, like, backtrack to unlock it, and it's like, very 2000s design. Probably you can design that a bit better. So like what I said earlier about how as you gradually take over the defense systems in the city, like the turrets and such, more of the city becomes navigatable to you safely. So you can actually move around the terrain a lot safer and unlock more of it that way. So it's more exploration driven, and it's kind of rewards you for going back more so than just oh, here's some stuff we kept away from you. Because if it's like, if the whole level takes on a different sort of feel when you unlock, flip some variable and unlock like the turret defenses or whatever, it feels very different to if it's just, oh, here's a locked room that you can return back to. Also, I'm not getting the skill point here about the marksman skills point of shooting. I think it's 6 Tyrannoids. I'm not getting that because I don't want to buy the sniper. Not gonna lie, Ratchet Gladiator was actually some of the best co-op gameplay I had with my best friend. I never played the multiplayer stuff here extensively in this one or in Gladiator, but I can imagine it is, because like it's fun to play, right? It plays really well. It's not super ratchety, but it's still fun to play. I beat Gladiator so many times. We'll have to chat. We have to plan that out then. One of these days. First, I need to find a friend. I need to make one of those. They probably have them somewhere. You can just buy them. And shoot. Shit. And then I can schedule these Ratchet co-op streams with them. We got the Big L one. Friends cost $50 at Walmart's, I think. Oh, god damn it. Crowdfund. Everybody, patreon.com/medievalmegaman. We will buy me a friend. Look at this. Look at this texture of wires. This probably looked okay in the PlayStation 2, but oof, kind of looks rough now. They do this thing later on where the dropships, after they empty out the enemies, they don't fly away anymore. They just straight up start shooting you. And that's kind of a fun evolution for that enemy. New behavior. Oh, actually, I don't need to kill the enemies. I can just blow this up. Only $50. I was renting them from Amazon for $99.99. No, I feel dumb. Yeah, you know, that's how they get you. Jeff Bezos didn't become the richest man in the world by being a fool. I also think he's just the second or something richest right now. He's basically poor. Ah, my nose is so stuffy. Get in!
Time to finish the job, Ratchet. Get moving.
Oh, that's not this one. Okay, this is actually an exception to the boss design in Ratchet with strafing, where this boss actually plays really well, I think, and I think the strafing is kind of a big part of how this boss works. So, kudos, kudos, kudos. I like this boss, the Tyrannoid Mother. These assault levels are some of the best designed segments in this game. Not hard to see where the inspirations came for Gladiator. See, I generally don't like the assault levels because I think the platforming gameplay is a lot more fun. And I think these levels are always really devoid in a lot of interesting stuff to do in the exploration department. Very deliberately trying not to die here and not to waste my ammo. Okay, now I hold it in. Drop the turret. Aha! Oh, this is cool. Play this game in 2004. This isn't the coolest thing in the world. It actually, the first time I played this, I didn't register that I was still playing as Ratchet because I was brought into the first person mode. And it felt more intuitive to me to think I was playing the turret guys. So I died 2 or 3 times here before I realized that no, I'm still Ratchet. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Did I just get the dum-dum boss AIs this time around? What the hell? Yeah. You dropped out. Oh, Can I just... With a wrench! Like a king!
Captain Quark, first...
Darla Graz here to give Quark the credit. This lady.
Spectacular battle on their own planet.
Hot Take Frieza is the best villain character in Dragon Ball Z. What happened? Chat, I wasn't paying attention. What happened here?
Seriously, though.
Also, does this boss count as a FromSoft spider boss? I like him and Cell honestly the same because of the differences. Fat Boo is my least fave. I think I don't know enough about Dragon Ball to be having this conversation. Yamcha, Big Boo, Globbo, Super Globbo. Is this another one you can do without moving? I don't think. No, I don't. Wait a minute. Nah, it's not. Oh! Quick chat, talk about Kingsfield so he won't be confused. Yeah, chat, think about me. Remember when we were playing Armored Core Project Phantasma and I found the Kingsfield 2 assets? Good times. This isn't a mandatory part of the game, by the way. I'm just doing this because I like spending time with you, chat. I could move on. I could go to Planet Dax after doing the virtual holographic training session. Also, check out the double-eyed laser boys. Their color scheme has changed to showcase that we have gotten to stronger ones. You notice these things. You notice these things. Okay, so basically just get the turrets dead as soon as you can.
There's the hovership. We need to push the Nords back and secure the area.
Just trying to get this gun upgraded because it gets really good. Some lava gun ammo, that's okay, that's okay. Oh. Yo! Okay, what? Wait a minute! Wait a minute! That was freaking ridiculous! They spawned right on top of me! What was that? Alright. You can't complain too hard. I mean, I don't even have good armor. Doesn't the lava gun become the cryo gun in this game? Yeah. Becomes one of the best guns in this game. Punished lava gun from Ratchet 2. Okay, damage is increased. I hate these homing missiles, man! Why do I have this out? I'm trying to... Actually... Yeah, you shoot again. Good job. So you see what I mean about like how exploration is sort of kneecapped in these sections. Let's get them a bit closer. It's fine. Because this is like a wide open plain, you know? Hello? Break the crate, please? Very nice. I love the ultimate armor in this game. It's just solid chrome. The ultimate armor in this one is it's the golden one. Alright, so kinda getting the hang of controls again. There's actually a really cool section in the final boss because the final boss is fought in this this ship. If the ship blows up, you can drive around the boss, and there's another gunship behind the boss that you can use. Not a big fan of the texture they used here, which is just clearly repeating. Like you zoom out and you can just see the grid. Ugh. It is what it is. Okay. The chrome armor is in 2, the Carbonox armor. Yeah. I always hated those armors because they obfuscate Ratchet's face. And I always loved watching the cutscenes as a kid. And I really didn't like that because the animations were fun to watch. So I always had the skin from Ratchet 1 active when I was playing this game, so I could at least kind of see Ratchet's face while having a decent armor. And I think that's something they probably... I don't know if they ever did this, but it would have been nice if they're going to have these face covering armors. Let the player toggle them off and on and off. So that's like, yeah, you know, we went through the trouble of animating his face. We're not going to take that away from you just because you have the armor. It's like, yeah, maybe it's not as realistic that you're exposing your face for no reason, but who cares?
The Terranoid base is protected by an impenetrable force field. We're still trying to figure out a way to get past it. In the meantime, Command wants you to take the hover ship and watch.
Is there no way to zoom in? I don't think so.
surrounding areas.
Oh. I mean, it's PlayStation 4, which is very difficult to get around security-wise. What? Should be emulated eventually. Oh, yeah. Is the PlayStation 4... didn't they already crack the PlayStation 4? I feel like they even cracked the PlayStation 5 already, didn't they? Not that I would ever condone that, obviously, any lawyers watching this. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they already did, but I don't know. I don't know. Somebody who knows about the security powers of these consoles probably knows that better than me. Hey.
Anybody have any idea how we're supposed to shut down this force field? H-26, why don't you try sticking your finger in the main power transformer? Are you sure that's a good idea, sir? This thing looks pretty dangerous. Suck it up, 26. You got nothing to worry about. I got special training with electronic. Thinking that you engaged 26?
Not a big fan that the dialogue they're spewing out right now isn't actually showing up in the text. But hey, we got paid. Fun fact, I'm actually a lawyer, so listen, Reborn's canon. Obviously, if I've ever said that I've used an emulator, I was joking, okay? So, you know.
See, like I said, these noise don't have the programs. Not that much. Run for your lives! The noise are bringing in reinforcements by air.
Ugh, all this combat, so hard to read the chat. Better not be talking about something interesting. Yes. This is absolutely how we do this. Ah, my nose, so dry. Keep shooting me, boys. Come on! What is this? What is this? Must have been like too many enemies on screen for the poor PlayStation 3 to handle. Oh, we wouldn't.
This is it, ladies. Move in. Why for now?
Alright, so I think they'll just take care of the gigantic ball of death over there. Or they're too far away. Huh. This is also possible. Okay, so Can I not get a lock on him? Because I really don't have any way to kill him. Well, these guys are about at least. I need to just take them out, open this up, and then we're good.
Mission accomplished. We are now in complete control of Cabo Island.
Ta-da! You know that the Nintendo Switch SNES games, NES 64 games you can get with premium services and emulator. It's not about fish to fry in that sense. It's not even related. So I don't know what chat's talking about now. Yeah. So the thing about emulator, I think the only illegal part of emulation is if you steal BIOS to make them run. But like even dumping your own games on emulators, I think is legal. It's just distributing them. Law enforcement has way more pressing issues to deal with, like actual crimes.
It was the biggest Tyrannoid you've ever seen. Big as a Star Cruiser and packing twice as much firepower. There was no escape.
He was coming right at me. Closer, closer.
What am I gonna do, right? Closer, even closer. Click, click. My blaster jammed.
No.
Didn't use a blaster.
What happened next?
Yes, go on. We're all riveted.
So, this is the mighty Q-Force I've heard so
Pathetic!
Pathetic! I could obliterate the lot of you, and they wouldn't even mention it in Supervillain Weekly.
True, sir, but you have done the fashion world an enormous service.
And
oh!
You, Agent Clank, I have far grander plans for you. All right, Lawrence, you can turn it off now.
Oh, may I, sir? What a treat.
Al, come in.
Their dynamic is good. They have a fun dynamic.
Where the
It's
signal
good. It's good.
Let's see. Backtracing the signal. Fixed path alpha key encryption. Amateurs.
Even taking BIOS is a gray area. That code is not yours in any way. Buying Halo 3 off the shelf is like getting a license. You can fly the F-22 Raptor, but you don't get to disclose its secrets.
Tonight, we take a journey inside the
And this is like another weird show that exists in this universe for no reason. Supervillain Weekly.
We'll take a tour of this secret facility on planet Dax, home to some of the galaxy's most...
Also, it's funny that the voice actor for Quark is clearly narrating this cutscene.
Dr. Nefarious, we've all enjoyed your past work, but how do you respond to critics who say your latest galactic schemes are just more of the same?
I will annihilate them!
Lawrence, tell us a bit about this top-secret super weapon being constructed on planet Dax.
Well, super is such a strong word. For that matter, weapon may be a tad overdoing it. We do, however, have a lovely view of the ocean at sunset.
Is Dr. Nefarious poised on the brink of galactic dominance?
Also, like, what is the tone of this Supervillain Weekly show they're watching here?
Pipe dreams. Stay tuned for more from Supervillain Weekly.
Whatever Nefarious is doing on Dax,
It's like Hallmark, sad story of the year show or whatever. Alright, Helga's gonna stop us now.
So, you've come back to displace my training course once again, hmm?
Actually, we...
Anyone remember the Courtney Gears music video in this game? Oh, we're getting there. You wanna see Ratchet dance? It's coming. Also, I think the single worst feature of the original 4 Ratchet games is about to be unlocked.
Those platforms can be activated with the hypershot. The green object is a hypershot target.
I'm of course talking about this, the hacker. It takes such a long time. But I also think there is a way No, don't. I was trying to glide there, man.
The green object is a hypershot target. Press and...
Okay. Okay. Oh! Oh, I accidentally activated it. Hold on, I think I remember how to do this.
Square to collect the green code snippet. Press circle to destroy the red defense programs. The blue defenses are indestructible.
Because I don't have the bomb glove. Come on. No, not the bomb glove, the decoy glove. Oh, it's a bit raised up. Oh, okay. So I probably can't do it in this one. But yeah, you see what I mean? It's like, you're basically just waiting for this shit, and it takes so long. Worst feature in any of these games, the hacker. Favorite key is, of course, the trespasser from the first game. Because it takes as long to use as it takes you to actually figure out how to solve it. And in the remake, for some reason they decided that it would be a really good idea if the players could just skip it. And I'm like, hey, that's not a good idea. Please go back.
Press square to collect the green code snippets. Press circle to destroy the red defense programs. The blue defenses are indestructible.
Is it here where you can... No? I mean, I can do that. There's no way. Nah, of course not. Wait! I remember what I'm thinking of. I actually need the jet boots to do this thing that I'm thinking about. Because you can get out of bounds that way. Alright, alright. That's... Things are coming a bit together here. Because this area is located near the Phoenix, like the actual map area, and if you can clip outside the Phoenix, you can reach this area early, and then the game can skip a few levels for you. You and your world record obsession. It's not like I'm not going for a record. I just hate this hacker. I want to skip it if I can. Also, I think once I'm done with this, I'm gonna stand up and get a coffee. So everybody, feel free to stretch your legs. Feel free to get some coffee yourselves, because I'll be taking like a 2-minute little pause once we're out of this. Probably I'll leave a cutscene playing. Helga. And yeah, there is a skill point if you do this very fast, I think. Jesus. Okay, this one I can abuse. I know that. I know that for a fact. But I only get one shot. Oh, so much for that. Get some Street Fighter Third Strike matches in then.
Press circle.
How long do you think it takes? Oh, well, maybe you're quick at those fights.
The blue defenses are indestructible.
Next year, when I play Ratchet Gladiator, oh, it's gonna be fun, because I have some things to say about that game. I even think a lot of the level design in that game is very forwards thinking for this series. Even though like exploration and like actually ambience is kind of out of the way, and it's a lot of like just combat gauntlets. It's still really fun to explore. I accidentally destroyed a big one. Ah, my nose is so stuffed. So much time. This takes so much time. Dun dun.
Ha! That was pathetic.
Helga, come on, please. I might play some more Armored Core on my Steam Deck. Okay, hold on. Stop that. Stop bragging. Stop bragging. We know you're cool. We know you're cool.
The little man is cocky now.
Ho.
Meet Helga on the wrestling mat? You'll see how cocky you are. Twist it up like a wet noodle.
Maybe next time.
Pansies.
Dun dun. Okay, so no, this isn't what I wanted to do. Blah. Speedrun, speedrun, speedrun. Probably should have had the thruster pack on, now that I think about it. That's gonna cost me a bit of time.
That was okay, I guess.
Ta-da! Worried about his time, knew it. Bonk. Bonk. Gotta shave off those seconds, you know, every frame counts, that's what I'm telling you. YouTube only gives you 45 frames, and I need to make use of every 45 of them, or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna get coffee. I'll be back in a minute, 2 minutes. Ah, my knees!
Now here, the DAX facility has 2 high-security computer terminals. My information indicates that one of them is somewhere out in the islands. The other one is inside the main building.
Chat, we're back. Ah. Oh, what's going on here? Trust me though. Trust who? What's going on? Oh yeah, the Steam Deck. Anyone else remember the Sacred Games where if you went AFK, the character started bad-mouthing you? What do I unlock here? It's this hollow shield glove crap. This is trash, and they basically brought it back for the next game. But there's a weapon in this game which is like a gigantic vortex black hole thing. That's so cool, and they didn't bring that back. It's like I want that one. This is another one which I think is pretty good level design, all things considered. A certain enemy up there excluded. And then you try to like get around him and there's another one, there's a whole thing. Ooh, I was so close. One down. I think there's 3 more in this level. There's health there. Okay, I should be able to take 1 bite. Let's just hope we don't take any bites, because I need even more health to survive the enemies to come. There's 2 there, I think. Oh, there's 3 there. Oh, great. This is wonderful. Not a good enough angle. Nope. Okay. Nope. Too far away. Hey chat, what are we doing now? I have a strategy. Kill him! Kill him! Thank you. Lordy. Shooting something that fell down there. Can I only emulate Steam-related things, or can you say... Oh, it's just a Steam Deck. Chat, I'll let you field that one. I don't know anything about the Steam Deck. Or emulation, really. I've never emulated anything. Have you played Jak 3? I talked a bit about this earlier, but when I was a kid, so I was raised by my mom. Like, not a bad relationship with my dad, but they just split up. And me and my mom would always play the Ratchet and Clank games together. And for my birthday in 2005 or 6 or 4 or whatever, my dad gave me Jak 3. And Jak 3, funnily enough, is about the father-son relationship in a really interesting way. So, Ratchet and Clank 3 was my favorite game growing up. But I also loved the Jak games, and it kind of became, you know, Ratchet, because Ratchet 1 is also like really, there's a really interesting scene with Clank's mom. I always connected the Ratchet games to my relationship with my mom, and the Jak games to my relationship with my dad. Interesting or cringe? You can decide. Also, we're not in Ratchet Gladiator territory where you can just buy full ammo. Full health. You can buy full ammo. That's a great change in this game, where you're no longer just also they break the crates for me. That's very cool. Where you have to like manually insert how many ammo you want for each gun. Also, this cover breaks, which is really cool. I didn't think I'd be using the mini turret. I didn't think the mini turret was as good as it is. But it's doing some work. It's bringing home money for Jam. Also interesting that they prioritized the enemies. Somebody had to code that. Hey. Eat. Oh, come on. Oof, close one. Oh, hey. But nah, we don't want to do it like that. That's boring. Oops. This is also a really cool thing about the upgrade here, because it creates like these electrical lines that search out other enemies, is that while they're zigzagging out of cover, usually that's a really advantageous thing for them to do. Because they keep fire pressure on me, and they make it harder for me to take out all of them. But because I actually have this gun now, while they're zigzagging through, they're also forcing each other to take more damage. So they're actually making it easier for me because I have this upgrade. John Carmack told me that one time, that that's what they call cool game design. Oh, I didn't kill him? Unless you work for the company. Getting back to talking about games now. You guys can talk about the Steam Deck, I don't care. It is really interesting though how many of my streams go off the rails because chat decides, hey, you know, Acer, you've been talking and we're tired of your face, so why don't we just not talk about what you're doing. You see this a lot in the Armored Core streams, and instead it's like, let's talk about this other thing. Ooh, close one. It doesn't have that Jack 1 fishing minigame thing though, where if you accidentally collect a bad one, you have to start over. So that's something. It's not even hard, it's just like tedious, takes time. Oh, what bad placement was that? They didn't even notice. Didn't even notice. It was so bad.
Security breach in Sector 5. All units respond.
Saved by slight detection. Hello? Ratchet? Oh my god, why is he bad at climbing when I'm strafing with him? Come on, Ratchet, this is terrible. Alright, no ammo. Oh, one or something.
Warning, intruder detected in Sector 3. All units shoot to kill.
No! Oh, I didn't notice the bombs until it was too late. Dang it. Now I need to do all of that again. I probably will end up buying the Annihilator, but I have so much money I don't want to spend it all right away. Also, I think I can do this much better than I did. Maybe don't waste my mini turrets on these guys.
Are you interested in a career in
Don't lose all of your health.
building security, execution, or VCR repair? Visit the job fair on level 2.
Come on! What? Oh my god, that was bad. Ooh, that was good timing. Actually, really, it wasn't. I thought I had gotten all of these guys, but I didn't. Crap. Nice. That's just a titanium bolt thing. We don't need to go there. Yeah, and with the combat, that's actually something I think has gotten worse as these games have continued being made. If you look at the future games, and even Gladiator, so there's a setting here. Lock strafe mode. Check this out. So check this. This is just like how you'd play a third-person game today. But the problem is you can't lock yourself out of third person and move without it. And because of that, you lose a lot of these sort of nimble movements that you can do here, like with the lava gun, where you're like swooping around in all these weird directions. But the Ratchet games just do that now. That's just the way they control. And there's no thinking about, hey, maybe the platforming should be integrated into the combat like it used to be when these games were really good. Remember that? None of that. None of that. You know, they say liking coffee isn't the personality, but I don't know, I beg to differ. I feel like I've done good with that so far. Yeah, there's another Inferno crate there, just in case this is a hard section for you, but it's like, if this were just part of the PDA and you could just buy these upgrades, it's like, maybe that would make more sense. Okay, so now I'm kind of pinned. That's okay. Greedy. Got greedy there.
Congratulations to employee G.
I used to drink coffee for fun, but now I just need it to live. Many such cases. Oops. You can hear like the furious click click clacking of the controller here as I try to do this. I have to like, I'm angling it so far away from the mic and it's still all coming through, I bet. Done. World record time.
This terminal should give
time in chat.
Access to all various project files.
The Metal Gear Solid HD collection was so good. Konami really hates for money.
Not look good.
Obliterator?
Yeah, I mean, I think like something more happened with Kojima. I think Kojima must have like impregnated the CEO's daughter or something like that, because that's not the conduct of a company that just made a financial decision. That's the conduct of somebody with a clear hatred of Kojima.
Yesterday, it was headed for the Obama.
Because now they're like, oh, we're doing all these Silent Hill games, and people, and like nobody's asked this, but you know, you think they'd be like, by the way, to pimp this up, we're gonna reintroduce PT. Remember how you all wanted PT? Right? You can just play that again. And look, Silent Hills isn't happening. We're sorry, but we had a falling out. But no hard feelings. Here's the teaser you all liked so much. And it was a good teaser, so, you know, it's perfectly fine. This is a great sequence. Check it out. He blows apart the thing. So cool. Somebody had to code all those hexagonal grid tile platform things. I like that these are context sensitive sometimes, but not all the time. Oops. I don't really need to be greedy. I have a lot of money. What is, see, this is what I'm talking about. Why is it the same button? Dude, I already swapped hardcore over. You don't need to. Why do I? Look at it. Look at the corner. Look in the upper left corner. Why do I have 2 instances of the shock cannon? I just want the hyper shot. That's really what I want. Love this. I love this sequence. And the sad thing is, there's one more, and then it's done. Look at this. Hello! I've been furiously pressing the button for so long. Oh wait, no, there's more. I mean, I guess it's a decently lengthy sequence. Never aims directly at the hexagon I'm standing on, which is interesting. Yeah, okay, so... Oh no, you know what? I don't think I have gotten to Metropolis without using anything but the shock cannon. I got to Metropolis without buying anything other than these two, like the starting two weapons, the bomb and the thing. Okay, this is actually kind of welcome that there's an auto lock-on for the bomb that just zooms in on the ship, because, man, I don't want to have to aim that. Even like From Software today can't do this. Just, hey, maybe my attacks when I'm in a boss arena should just automatically go to the boss? Is that possible? But even this boss, with its interesting gimmick of blowing apart the boss arena, well, the edges of it, it's still just a circular arena, and you strafe around. Upgrade? Thank you. Metal Gear Solid 1 isn't a Metroidvania? No, I wouldn't say it is.
Check it out. Looks like somebody's a big fan.
It's a big fan of Courtney Gears.
Who? Come on, remember that bombshell handing out prizes on Annihilation Nation?
Ah, yes. Her specifications were remarkable.
I think Konami had the biggest downfall of any games company ever since Atari.
That is.
He takes
it appears this computer was recently used to edit one of her music videos.
Oh, let's watch.
Oh no, I think Hideo Kojima is one of the best game designers of all time. What is this conversation happening? From South can't even figure out how to patch ultra-wide resolutions into their games. Yeah, can you tell this game was made in the 2000s? Courtney Gears. That's kind of. I don't think that's a bad song. I think that's like a fun poppy little thing.
Miss Gears may be in league with Dr. Nefarious.
Yeah, who knew? She always seems so sweet and innocent in her videos. Well, except for that one with the... You know...
Might possess information about what Nefarious is planning.
He's still doing it!
Right.
It's such a weird, like, weird horniness running throughout these games. Can you tell these games were made by a bunch of, a bunch of Gen Xers who hadn't been having a lot of sex? Oh, crap. Oh, no. Locked in some office. This is such a weird sex moment, but it's funny as hell. Yeah! His newest game sucks and was worthless. Oh, I don't think that's the case at all. I think Death Stranding has a lot of interesting ideas. Around the halfway point of Death Stranding, this is like a confession I'll make. I basically decided I'm gonna skip every cutscene. I couldn't. He needs an editor. He needs somebody on his staff to be able to tell him, no, this is a stupid idea. But in terms of design, I mean, I think Death Stranding is pretty well designed, all things considered.
What? I mean, I see. Well, is Al there?
He's out to lunch.
Helga?
He's one of the few OG Japanese developers still designing unique games. Yeah, and that's kind of like... I didn't love Death Stranding, but the thing is, you have Hideo Kojima, Fumito Ueda, Hidetaka Miyazaki, and who else? What other developer is like so individual driven where you have like this auteur who's able to do what he wants in like the big AAA scene? Doesn't exist. So it's like Kojima doesn't need to make masterpieces. I think he's made enough good games where it's like I don't feel the need to criticize him at this point. And, you know, even if he doesn't make something I think is great, I feel like this energy is really wasted going into him because at least he's not making Call of Duty 18. You know, he's not making Assassin's Creed Let's Take the Raj or something, right? He's doing weird, interesting stuff. Do I get the... Oh, I get the disc blade. This is actually a pretty fun gun, but we don't need it. Not spending money. That's the name of the game. I love this level so much. It's weird to me that they did this sort of level in Ratchet 2. They did a few of these. They did 3 of these levels from memory. 2 of them being Giant Clank levels. And then they do 2 of them here. And then they basically... I don't think they show up... Well, I mean, I guess there's a version of this in, like, Crack in Time. But they're way less interesting. Also, I think this is angled incorrectly. It's supposed to, like, jump you over there. But, yeah, it's like this could have been their sort of bread and butter, you know? This could have been, like, an actually bigger thing where you explore these weird, you know, little planets. I don't know. I think a platformer around this era about exploring weird sort of little planets with fun gravity puzzles and whatever, I think that could have worked. But I guess we'll never know, you know? We'll never know. What, Nintendo's gonna make one? Yeah, right. Oh, also, you can actually get into this place without doing the locks. There's if you fall properly on top of the dome, you can actually just glitch in. And also, I didn't need to do any of this, because where is it? Okay, see these stones here with platforms on them? If I jump on top of them, I get a skill point. I'm not going to try very often, I'm just going to try the one time. Okay, so this is kind of weird because in the original PlayStation 2 version... Okay, this was crap. In the original PlayStation 2 version, they glow. And there's like a very obvious tell when they're there. Where am I going? Okay, no, actually I want to try this one more time. But yeah, you don't actually need to do any of this, because if you can get on those rocks, you can thruster pack your way to the next planet. Oh, it's just right there, so I might be able to catch it now. Okay, so... No, okay. I needed to be a bit higher up. But yeah, you can go out of bounds with this thruster pack, and then you can just fly over to the next planet. It's really fun, but I don't want to spend too much time here. Where am I going? Oh, it's over there. And Todd Howard, I guess. I guess Todd Howard also has a lot of creative freedom in his games. Like I don't need them to be perfect. The fact that they exist is good enough. I feel like the sort of hatred of these games and stuff is much better focused on the soulless. We got a committee together and we decided what's really marketable, and then we hired a bunch of talentless hacks and we gave none of them full creative control. And now we're gonna make this our game. Doesn't work, what? And you have Yves Guillemot over at Ubisoft saying, well, you know, the future of the company is in the talent and we need you all to work harder. No. We need you to get out of the way, and we need to get a better manager here because you suck. Look at this level though. How fun is this? Like weird metal plants. Like what is Dr. Nefarious up to? Well, he's trying to create like this inorganic ecosystem or something. Fun. Ouch. Ouch. But yeah, so you can see that just by the money that I'm making, that we've really transitioned into the second phase of the game. You can see it in the enemies that have gotten tougher. The weapons, which are now confidently, like always, more expensive than what we had. These guys take 2 shots now. Okay, this is really weird because there's like a hitbox here I'm falling on, but then it stops. Also, check this out.
Man down! It's alright, Skid. The fight's over.
Yes. I mean, no. That blows, man.
Like, I wonder if this was another Skid McMarks level where we were supposed to escort him.
Enemy troop.
Because this cutscene just kind of comes out of nowhere and doesn't make any sense, I don't think. But, you know, whatever. I would become a robot, to be honest. Miku, what are you saying? Those filthy, disgusting robot.
Whatever's going on out there, it can't be good. If I had the right tools...
Ironically, Guillemot is a greedy, noisy predator, just like Ubisoft. Yeah. Like, I don't mind, like, these companies exist to make money. So, yeah, like, oh my god, they're gonna make money. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that the strategies that this guy's pursuing are strategies that other companies have tried and they don't work. When was the last, like, this sort of corporate push into, yeah, we're gonna make 6 free-to-play games at the same time, and we're gonna, and there's like, what, Babylon Falls. Like, how many times does this strategy have to fail for you guys to stop doing this? Just make, do this. Put like a $20 million into a smaller game, and do like do a Rayman Renaissance. Do a bunch of fun Rayman games with, like, I talked about this on the Discord server. Hashtag link in the description. Could you imagine if they got Team Cherry and they said, hey, you guys are really good at making games. We like Hollow Knight. So what we're gonna do, or Yacht Club games, or anything like that. The Hack and Time people, and they said to them, hey, you're good at making games. Here's $50 million. Do you want to make a AAA? Full creative control. We'll take care of distribution and we'll own the game. But first of all, the paycheck you get for making it is more than you would have made if you'd made an original game. And it's going to catapult your studio into being able to produce much bigger games in the future. And also, we get a game by a really talented team that's able to punch way above its weight belt because it's a good team that's assembled by people who want to work together and have a lot of interesting creative ideas. But instead, they want to do it all in-house, and they clearly just don't have any talent there. I mean, Beyond Good and Evil, cancelled. Skull and Bones, development hell. Like, so many projects that they're just dead because clearly nobody has the power to actually do anything, and this Yves Guillemot is an idiot. He doesn't know how to run this company. I think you can make intricate writing and not use so many words. Brevity is the soul of wit. Show don't tell. That's the kind of problem with Kojima, is that he needs an editor, because when he gets his hands on a script, he doesn't know how to shut up. My name is Deadman, and I die every 24 minutes, and then I have to be resurrected, and every time I go back and I meet a new ghost, and it's like, dude, you're not, like, what are you doing? Also, he has like this weird obsession now with getting his Hollywood friends to act in the games. Okay. And I look at this and I'm like, well, these performances are garbage, because you clearly recorded this performance and then you've mocapped it, and now your animators are trying to translate the emotions, the very small, intricate little emotions of the actors, to these uncanny valley 3D faces. Okay. And then it doesn't work. And you just have these weird, sort of awkward performances. But you made them all look like your actor friends. So I'm wondering, why the hell don't you just do live action cutscenes? Like, why are you like, this is the worst? You're doing like video game cutscenes, but you're using their likeness. Just do live action cutscenes then. What are you doing? And that's like what kind of the tragedy of Kojima is, that in Metal Gear Solid 1, like, Jeremy Blaustein was able to say no to him, because Jeremy Blaustein, shocker, is a better writer than him. He's a good translator. He wrote and directed the Silent Hill games. Like, he didn't direct the games, but he directed the actors for the games. And he's like a good writer. He understands how to like get characters to interact. And a lot of the sort of wit and charisma of Metal Gear Solid was actually his work. Then Kojima removes him from Metal Gear Solid 2, and he gets this woman who hates his guts. And she just complains and complains and complains, and she's like, Kojima, your writing is terrible. Your ideas, interesting. Your writing itself, garbage. Let me do this. And he just, like, he doesn't want people to say no to him. Metal Gear Solid 2 gets, like, a critical shellacking, so Konami forces him to actually make a good game again with, and like, delayed appreciation for Metal Gear Solid 2, obviously. But in Metal Gear Solid 3, he doesn't have all that, like he's not able to surround himself with yes men on Metal Gear Solid 3. He has to actually work with people, and because he does, he makes the best Metal Gear Solid game. And then he does Metal Gear Solid 4, and his heart is clearly not in it. And then he does Peace Walker, and it's weird. And then he does Metal Gear Solid 5, and it's like a whole disastrous thing. And then he does Death Stranding, and again, it's like, where are your staffers who are telling you, no, I don't want to do this, this is a dumb idea? It's like George Lucas, where he's undeniably one of the all-time great geniuses of the genre, but he's also not capable of doing everything as much as he decides that he needs to do everything. I don't think Kojima appreciates games as a medium. He clearly preferred to make movies. See, I don't really agree with that, because I think just look at PT. Okay, that game is such a masterpiece of game direction that I just don't really buy that this was made by somebody who'd rather have been making a movie. I think it's just more that like he really likes movies, of course, but I don't know, I think it's like a lot of the case is just that the movie parts of his games get a lot more attention than the game parts, because the game parts are really interesting. I mean, Death Stranding, how much mileage does Death Stranding get out of its interface? I'd say a hell of a lot more than games that got a lot more love for their gameplay than that game does. And even something like Snake Eater, like, again, I don't really, like, just the amount of crazy interactive things you can do in that game boggles the mind. And I feel like because Kojima, I think he is making a movie now, and since he's making a movie, I think we deserve that James Cameron is forced to make a video game. I think that's a fair trade. I didn't expect them to not mess up the Resident Evil 2 remake once I knew it was not fixed cameras, but the gameplay actually enhances the survival horror aspect, finally again present in an RE game. Yeah, I was really, like, because it would have been really easy to screw up the RE2 remake, but I think it's actually kind of a masterpiece. Like, I think, like a lot of RE games, I think it kind of collapses near the end, and because, like, the early half of the game, I think is much better, the survival horror in the police station, but really good game direction. I've told this story before, but there's that moment in the basement where you get the green key, I think, where the Nemesis, no, not Nemesis, the Tyrant, Mr. X, he'll break out of a wall, and I think you have to, like, trick like one of those lickers, or maybe it's Mr. X you have to trick into in that mirror room. And I had done that, and I was like, heh, smug as F. And so now, being smug, what I'm going to do is what every smug man ever does. I need to scratch my balls. And I started doing that. And then he breaks out of the wall, and I nearly castrated myself, putting my hand up against, like I had to fetch the controller again. Would have made for a fun stream, but alas. James Cameron is not a hack. What a hot take. No, I like James Cameron. He made a bunch of good movies back in the day, and now he just, like, makes money. I also think it's really cool that Top Gun Maverick and Avatar 2, these vanity projects of the most ego-driven men in Hollywood, were the two highest-grossing movies of last year, and not just, oh, it's Marvel movies again. Nope. It's just these hyper-eco-driven movies. And then you have shit like Black Adam, which is, like, equally just a vanity project by a man with a very small ego, or a very big ego, very small, very little confidence, I guess. And it's like a total flop. This is actually a pretty cool thing, is that you can use this for cover. And also the shield is on the bald boy, so I can't kill him. Try as I might. Oh, that was risky. But I did it. If James Cameron makes a video game, it's going to be all water controlled. I'm just flipping through chat because I missed so much. RE4 didn't need a remake unless they were going to revise the original Hallucination beta build version. Yeah, RE4, I think, for the remake there, they originally said that they're going to do it, they're going to change it to be a lot more horror oriented. And I heard that and I went, okay, that makes sense. Because Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest action games of all time. And if you remake it to be an action game again, you're competing in a lane with yourself and it doesn't make any sense. But if you remake it to actually be a horror game, like hardcore horror all the way through, that makes a lot of sense because then you're not like cannibalizing yourself and you can compete in a different lane. So I was super excited by the prospect of, oh yeah, it's just going to be a horror game. It's going to take a lot, like Resident Evil 2 has two parts. There's the survival horror part at the beginning, and then there's the more action focused part at the end. And Resident Evil 3 is just kind of a continuation of that, right? It's just like, okay, we took the end of Resident Evil 2 and we made it even more action focused. So with Resident Evil 4, let's take the beginning of Resident Evil 2 and make that much more the point and do it a lot more survival horror focused all the way through. And I was super excited about that. But then I saw the trailer and I was like, oh no, you're just really doing Resident Evil 4 again. And it's just like, it seems to be just as action focused as it was originally. Except now they seemingly took away the over-the-top camp sort of self-aware show we got in the original. So it's like, you're just gonna make it a lot, you're gonna take all the charisma and you're not even gonna make it a serious horror game. What is this? And I was very disappointed by that. Hopefully that trailer is not indicative of the final product, but I'm not holding my breath for a masterpiece there. Same with Dead Space. Dead Space doesn't need a remake. Yeah, that's like, again, we talked about this with Ubisoft and Yves Jamal. Weird corporate priorities by people who clearly don't know what they're doing. EA killed Dead Space. First they forced Dead Space to be a co-op game for no reason other than, oh, that forces people to buy more of the game. We're geniuses. We're not stupid, we're geniuses. And then when it flopped because they ruined it by making it a co-op game, they killed it. Well, it didn't make enough money because we ruined it. So now we don't make any of these. And now they're like, well, we have to remake it. What is this? This is a company that is being mismanaged.
Yes, I will report your concerns to the
I guess it's not as cynical with game design. If a company wants to remake a fan favorite to give it a new spin, I'm happy as long as I have fun. Yeah. I'm not like Demon's Souls is my favorite game of all time, and I did not need it to be remade. I would have much preferred just to get like a 60 frames per second remaster on the PlayStation 5. That would have been enough for me. Even just port it, even just make it playable again, the original. That would have been enough for me. The fact that the remake exists, I don't like it. I'm not gonna play it, but I'd rather, there are people who would never have played the original, but who would have played the remake, and I'm like, I'd rather they play the remake than not play it. And the same with Resident Evil 4 remake. I'm like, the original still, the original, that's actually a bit of a difference between Demon's Souls and Resident Evil 4, is that Demon's Souls is locked behind the PlayStation 3. Resident Evil 4 is available basically on every platform since the GameCube. So it's like, there's no, if you want to play the original, you can just play the original. But with Demon's Souls, it's a bit more like, you couldn't even include an original mode for the remake where you can just play the original game. But yeah, like it's fine. Like if you want to play the remake, play the remake. It's fine. It's just that because I really like the Resident Evil 2 remake, I was really hoping that they'd go above and beyond and do this really fun survival horror experience. I was just like, I'd gotten my hopes up a bit too much for something that probably would not have appealed to as many people.
Played by the lovely Miss Courtney Gears.
Okay.
It sounds like they had a good idea for Dead Space 3 co-op where player B would be revealed to be Shadow Isaac, and throughout the game each player would be shown different things to mess with their heads. Oh, I didn't even know about that. That's pretty cool though. If it's like just a hallucination or something.
The stuff, kid. Now get to Maximilian's office before he can make his escape.
This is also like, again, this is the most unhinged level in any of these games. Not the Clank part. Like this is just like a really cheap and crappy action show set, and you can like start gambling. Do we want to go for the? Let's go for the skill point. And the way these gambling machines actually work is that you can't really lose money on them. Because the earnings are always so much greater than the odds are always in your favor. Come on! Whoa, that was close. Skill point? Skill point?
One more time, people, like we rehearsed it, and action!
Okay, that's actually something I like about this, is that when Clank dies, he's like, okay, one more time, people, because it's like, oh, he recognizes that Clank screwed up the take.
Clank is hot on his tail.
And I think that's pretty good.
Off in rush hour traffic. All right, I love a good chase scene. All right, you're doing great.
It's not a remake most time. Corporate propaganda. Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's like the word remake doesn't really mean much. It's like to remake it, I think you have to go back basically to page 1. So something like something like the Resident Evil 2 remake. I think that's genuinely a remake. But something like the Demon Souls one, that's more like a just. Like, I don't know, a remastered re-release something? Because they didn't actually go back to anything, they just spiffed up the graphics and made some quality of life changes. Here, you can have a banana, that's fine. Oh, oops. Got to broke the laser. Also, we're on the rooftops now. You can see the satellites. And it's like super choppy and ugly. And this is what I'm talking about. Like this this makes kind of sense because it's in a studio and you're in a gigantic warehouse. But this level, like this design, actually goes all the way through to the Ratchet sections as well, and it feels unhinged by the time you get to play Ratchet. Also, here's a really weird boss. He's got like Chainblade's head and like this weird kaiju body. That's what I'm talking about. And we also get to some really bizarre enemy designs here. And they were actually in the Annihilation Nation thing, which is like these ninjas with Darth Maul's lightsaber. They become just general enemies later on in the game, and it's like, the Annihilation Nation ones do, and it's like, but these were Annihilation Nation robots. What is this? And that's actually something that could have been interesting in that Ratchet and Clank game I was pitching earlier, where like you reuse the areas, but you progressively unlock sort of different ways to navigate them. Is that once the Bio-Obliterator activates, maybe you have like just a general movement in the world where like, no, actually the robots, they don't want to help you anymore, Ratchet. So figure out different ways to navigate the world. And then it's like, well, you know, you can't really use the metro. You can't really open up these energy balls. So now you need to do some weird platforming. I think that could have been fun.
That's it, Clank! Kick some.
Oh, he's self-censored.
Good. Check the gate. Put it in the can.
And now he overacts his death.
People.
All in a day's work.
Cut! Printed! That's a wrap, people! Pure box office raritanium, Clank. Even the critics are gonna love it.
You have no
Huh.
idea what a thrill it is to be rescued by a big hunk of titanium alloy like yourself.
Perhaps now you will tell me what Dr. Nefarious is planning.
His eyelid is
I
clipping
have
through his
an
eye.
idea. Why don't you ask him yourself? I have a present for you, Snooky Wookums.
I told you to stop calling me that! Just bring me Agent Clank!
Of course, darling.
Where am
Alpha male. Alpha male. None of that simp
Is
shit.
someone there? I seem to.
This is also like, yeah, first of all, we have Planet Novak there in the background for some reason. But this is also a really weird... oh, hey, we also have another, a couple of other levels from Ratchet 2. This is a really weird dynamic with Dr. Nefarious where, like, he's actually bought into, like, this idea that Secret Agent Clank is really a character. And it's like... Because, like, with the Vid comics, it's all about how this presentation of reality is so artificial and these people in the universe are kind of gullible enough to buy into it. And it's like this is sort of an idea that exists in the periphery of the world, but it's like it doesn't come up for reals. I don't know.
I see no reason to exclude it.
Good power outlet models there in the background, by the way. Oh, actually, I really like those, like yellow little lines. That's good. It's good. And he kind of looks like one of the Habsburgs with that jaw. That being said, most modern games are boring. Yeah.
Clank should have been back by now.
Too big to experiment.
So long.
Whoa! Okay, so here's where we get to the most unhinged level design in any of these games. And I understand the ideas they were going with here, where it's like, oh yeah, I forgot I don't have Clank. Where it's like you're in a movie studio and it's kind of fake looking. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, that cool black hole gun. I actually want that, that's a good weapon. But first of all, like, these walls, okay, I can live with these. Even though it's, like, pretty obviously just, like, nothing out there. It's like there's clearly something missing.
Tap R1 to blast off with the charge boots.
Also, you can get the vortexes to eat other vortexes. Or maybe that happens when you upgrade. Oh, I love this gun so much. Because it's like, you're not really playing the game anymore. You're just like eating up all the enemies. Also, breaks crates for you is pretty good. It's always welcome. And this is one of the levels where the charge boots have a different color. Like it's a bit more green blue than dark blue? I don't know. Yeah, because also with this level, I think one of the issues is that there is a way to do this level, because the whole thing is like, oh yeah, you're in a movie studio, and it's like themed around that, but it actually isn't, because the enemies are just like Tyrannoids, like always, and it's like, you couldn't have like Ratchets fighting like security cameras and robots like that be the challenge instead. It's just like, doesn't that make a bit more sense to like theme it like that? I don't know. Oops. Actually, let's buy some ammo. Ooh, level up immediately. Pretty good. But yeah, so it's like, it's so painfully, you're just in these weird, cramped little rooms, which are so much, it's just so, this is so the worst of PlayStation 2 level design. Where like, if this was a Sly Cooper level, I could imagine, like here you have some kind of weird gambling table. And you have like slot machines. I could imagine a version of this game where those slot machines are actually the enemies, and they would just like waddle around until they like face Ratchet. They'd pull their own lever, and 9 times out of 10 they'd spawn a little enemy to go after Ratchet. But in every 10 time they'd be like, jackpot, you make some money. And like this table, maybe this table isn't just a table, maybe a whole room is this table, and you have like pistons and shit coming out of the walls that are like people are playing with, like in the stadium. They're like playing this gigantic game of gambling, but you're just on the table. I don't know if my ideas are necessarily better. That would also be interesting in like a Size Matters 2, if they ever did that, which I think is never gonna happen. But yeah. I just glimpsed chat, and I'm wondering if I need to step in here. But I can't because I'm so focused on playing the game. Because if there's accidentally been like a big argument happening in chat while I'm busy playing a video game, that doesn't bode well. So yeah, give me a good single-player, story-driven game that has zero online connectivity, no store, pre-order bonuses, or loot boxes, or anything stupid. Just a completely, fully finished game with no bugs. Like this game? I mean, I guess it has like multiplayer. No game ever. Watch a speedrunner break anything. Yeah, like no. I think there's a difference between like no bugs and unbreakable though, because like every game can be broken. If it can't be broken, it's not a game. But a bug is something like, oh, this just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Or like there's just something clearly wrong with the game. It's not just like, oh no, you're actually taking the game to a place it was never meant to go. I don't think that's quite the same as a bug. Easy mode activate, Rift Inducer go. Also, this is a pretty cool feature. You can change the weather. It's snowing. Ta-da! Okay, so check this out. Okay, wait. I forgot about these two. And now I'm dead. Like a dumbass. So much I have to redo now. I'm also tired of the way open world games have been made, like Ubisoft's open world games. Yeah. But like there's a model, and when there's a model, people follow the model. Yo, what the heck? Ugh, that was terrible. I genuinely just played poorly there. Alright, so now you kind of see what I'm talking about with the level design though, where it's just like, for some reason, there's a gigantic pit of death water down there. Or Hollywood, am I right? More like Holly Weird. And then you just have these towers that are just like every Ratchet game has this, where it's clearly it's just terrain for you to walk on. But you don't really even want to disguise it as something. Come on. Shoot him! Oh, one of you did. Did he just despawn? What the hell? Whoa, I almost jumped down. I should really get some armor though. Dying in 2 hits like a dumbass. Some more enemies. But also, like, my health is upgrading at a pretty fast rate, so... Do I need... This is what I was talking about. So usually an enemy spawns here as well, but... This is the end of the level?
Clank, where have you been? I thought something happened to you.
I was... having my
sprockets lewd.
You picked a fine time for
Maybe the planet is a giant movie studio. Like, yeah, but it's still just like, it's just weird, and I don't think it really comes together as like,
Dr. Nefarious is a
I don't know. I feel like if you look at the is the planet, is it Quark 2, the robot manufacturing planet in the first game, that like feels like a gigantic factory. This feels like just an unfinished level. Okay, so let's actually go here. Okay. So what is this? I don't understand, like, what actually is this supposed to be? It just feels like really strange, like, obtuse geometry, and now I've been spiraling into so many circles that I don't know where up and down are anymore. Like, what actually is the function of this area in, like, a movie studio? Do I have anything I can hit those guys with? No. Let's just hope I can get through this without being shot. I mean, do I have any weapons I can use? I guess. It does knock back, so that's good enough. Stops him. So, like, what is this tower? Why does this exist? And what's this? Like, they're coming out of the vents up there, and then they, like, it's just, it's a weird level, is what I'm saying.
Hey, Skid. How's the stakeout going?
Awesome! A few minutes ago, this totally tricked out space limo rolls up, and dude, you won't believe who was in it. Courtney Gears!
Uh-oh. Were you spotted?
No way, man!
Wait, what's happening in chat now?
Keeping a low profile. I'm like a
Oh no, somebody making trouble.
Totally! She even autographed the t-shirt. You know how much this thing is worth?
Skid, get out of there!
Hold on a sec, bro. Somebody's coming.
Okay, guys, it's chat. It's actually not okay to be arguing in chat. Okay? So just everybody, let's calm the temperature here. We're all trying to have fun. I don't care what anybody said. Let's just calm the temperature down. I thought my talk about the strange geometry of Hollow Star Studios was going to unite everybody. Okay, let's see if I get no new weapon here. Like, yeah, this is another level that I quite like. So kind of out of the frying pan into the not fire, something good. Because this is like one of the Magna Boots level, and they always have these. And I think this is actually like, because Hollow Star Studios is very much just here are weird angles, here's weird geometry, but they try to, like, it's still trying to be like a movie studio, so it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. This, however, is just like a gigantic disco ball. Okay, we have the best weapon in the game, one off. And because it's just this weird techno disco ball, it's actually okay that it's just, like, weird. You don't need to tell me what the gun does. Yeah, see everybody in chat? It's much better when we get along. And, like, the moving parts, see, this is what I like, because you're walking down this long spiral, and the walls, they're like spinning at different speeds. Then you're vomited out here to a giant disco ball that's rotating on a different axis, and the background is rotating even faster. And it's like, where is up? In what direction is my spaceship at this point? Because this doesn't tell me anything. Oh, that's a fight arena. Alright, here we have like another one of these. And it's like, this is what it looks like on the map. Just 2 lines. Because you can't, like, this is one of those levels that it's so 3-dimensional that you can't really present it on a map. Oops. Oh shit. I didn't realize I had such little health. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter! Also, I'm gonna beat Courtney Gears without taking any damage, so it doubly doesn't matter.
The Biobliterator.
Let's see what Nefarious has been up to.
Whoa! Like I never knew you were this kinky, Miss Gears.
Don't you ever shut up.
Okay, I'll zip it. Man, the guys aren't gonna believe this.
It's so humiliating for Courtney Gears having to be dealing with Skid McMarks and his horny comments.
They turned Skid into a robot? That's impossible!
Not for Dr. Nefarious.
No.
Don't be afraid, Ratchet. The transformation doesn't hurt. Much.
Besides, I think you'll enjoy being a robot.
Let's see if you can fight better than you can sing.
Where are the subtitles now? Okay, I actually have, I never realized this, but this is the perfect gun for this level because there's so many enemies that just randomly spawn in and it just freezes them. Okay, so I actually have full health. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want this. So I'm still gonna try to do this without getting hit because I said I would. That doesn't count. I immediately got hit again. Ah. Yeah, I think this is much better. Just dodge it, let them do it. Got some ammo maybe? Yeah, Courtney Gears, you gonna die. Can I just hit her with this in the cage, actually? Doesn't do a lot of damage. Shot him all completely out of the arena. My hair. Both just shooting bombs at each other. That's such a good sound effect with this gun. Ugh, I don't have any ammo for anything. Yep. Ah. So let's fix that. Big fan that the game is like, yeah, you can buy ammo, and doesn't like lock you in, even though she's trapped Ratchet, and it doesn't make any sense to let him teleport back to his ship at this point. But it's like, ah, whatever. Hey, now. She hit me. Wow, my head is really not in it this time. Let's not waste this gun on her. Again, we're kind of using a similar weapon. If I had a disc, I could also mirror that weapon. Okay. Crap. See, I don't even know if that song is actually like kind of a banger, or if I've just fought her 100 times and I have it, like I'm so familiar with it. Yes. Thank you. Ow. Nope, 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 nope. Crap. No, I'm out of ammo again. No! If I hadn't eaten so much shit in the start of the fight, I'd probably not be doing this terribly. Oh, I did it! Ta-da!
One disposable pop star.
Disposed.
You okay, Clank?
Transmission from the Phoenix.
The music slaps here. Okay, it's nice to know that it's not just me.
Quark is already on his way there.
It might be a trap. I think Courtney Gears was setting us up.
The PSP was also stacked once you installed custom firmware and put the zaniest library on an SD card.
Be careful, Ratchet.
You know, it's possible for Skid McMarks to be walking through a health crate there, because if you don't break the crate, he just walks there normally, and he can't break it because he doesn't have collision. Hey, I was invisible for a second. That's pretty cool. Zeldrin Starport. This is another level I have a lot of fondness for. Because it's kind of like that level in... it's kind of like the Nebula Station level where you blow up the ship. Because you go in, and then you have to get out again. And there's also the Zeldrin Starport itself, which is... it's like kind of a... It's like a weaker version of the Todano level, that desert level in Ratchet 2. And I wouldn't be surprised if these are a lot of those assets reused. What weapon do I unlock here? It's the nothing. Ugh. Also, I love it because there's so much money in here, guys. There's so much money. I love this money. I love money. And you get the, this is what I mean. Like, why are these random ninja enemies now fighting me? Oh, we got a little thingy on top. Now we can lock onto enemies. Which is like unhinged. Why do I need that feature on this gun? it's a black hole thingy I'm shooting at these people. Like, this is the one weapon that doesn't need a lock on. This and maybe like the Rhino fully upgraded. Yeah. Let's do it the safe way. Don't want to be zooming past it.
Passengers are limited to 2 carry-on weapons.
Oh, see, that's what I was thinking of doing earlier when I was like, nah, let's do it the safe way. I almost shot myself right into the lava. And I don't think this is that bouncy lava. I think you touch this, you die. Is it this one? There it is. A smart fridge is stacked because of the twin sub-Z's. Also, you can play Doom on it, which is objectively the best. Hey now. Chat is being silly. We all know that Ratchet 2 is the best game. Also really interesting is that just how many of the upgrades, like the magnet and the box breaker and the charge boots, like these sort of good quality of life upgrades presented as actual upgrades in the world. Really interesting how many of those are just like, yeah, these are the ones from Ratchet 2, and I think there's like one original one that you get in the Zelda and Crash site. I don't even remember fully what that does. I think it's like, yeah, I genuinely don't remember. I think it's like, oh, you get a bit more utility out of nanotech or something like that. It has some weird utility like that. Mini turret glove V3. It is also really strange that the level you get the box breaker in, this one is also a level with a shit ton of crates to break. And it's like, yeah, because if you go back and you break all of them, now it becomes easy. But I'm not going back, I'll break them all the first time around. I'll have the mini turrets break them for me like that. Okay, so we started streaming about 6 hours ago. I think there's like 2.5 hours left of the game. We're on a good roll, I think. And now we can do this. The most fun thing to do in any of these games. Smashy, smashy.
I thought we agreed to put that jungle business.
Love hearing the rift I opened up still playing in the background.
She was your sister. How long have you two been standing there?
Too long.
Well,
That's a like fun little interaction from Clank. Because that's not Clank, that's Clank.
Once on board, we find Nefarious and finish the job. You fellas ready?
Enter ship.
Shotgun.
Hey, what are you doing?
Move over, I'll drive.
No thanks. I'd rather make it there in one piece.
Stand down, soldier. This is your captain speaking.
Captain, my... Wait, no, don't sit on the flight stick.
Oof.
It's too quiet. I don't like it.
A lot of dirty jokes.
My brilliant plan has caught the enemy completely unawares.
Message received.
What's that, Clank?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Split up and search the ship. Just remember, Nefarious is mine.
Unless we get to him first. Come on, Clank. Let's get some payback for Skid.
Yeah. This is kind of where we go crazy with how many enemies are in levels. Which is like kind of the point here because, especially on the later half of this level, because you're really supposed to just be zooming through it. But a lot of money here to just distract you. Is it 4 or 5? 4. From memory, the final upgrade also shoots like lightning out of it or something. I don't remember. Or maybe it just has a faster cooldown between this. Between how quickly it sucks up the enemies.
The riffraff have arrived.
The riffraff have arrived, sir.
Quark, you've put on a bit of weight since last we met.
Yeah? Well, Courtney Gears didn't seem to mind.
That's what makes it so good, Jack.
Look at what I'm talking about. They have a much more fun dynamic than Nefarious has with like Ratchet and stuff.
Part of my day.
Is that Blasto from the PlayStation 1 game? Who's Blasto?
Your demise.
Auto-destruct sequence initiated.
Oh, this is good. Oh, prepare to die. He predicted Dark Souls. Oh well, she did. The terminal who was talking.
Of course.
This isn't funny, Lawrence.
What are you waiting for? This ship could explode any second.
I think I spotted something important. I can't leave without it. I'll meet you back at the shuttle.
Also, a lot of the crates just respawn to try to take you off path. Look, we have like half a minute left. Come on, Quark, hurry up!
Must leave now. Not without Quark. You would have waited for us. I think.
Try telling that to Joe Lieberman. I'm so lost. I'm so out of the loop. There it is. It's gone. I actually really like the crash site level. I think it does a fun job of you're actually asked to navigate like the remains of a crashed ship. I think that's kind of cool. It doesn't last very long though, so it's you know, it is what it is. Also, we get to play another Quark Bit comic. We love those.
Well, we are all very glad that you made it back.
Croc is a better game than Mario 64. Fight me. Oof.
Star Cruiser.
I don't know about that. Chat, I think we've been streaming for too long. I think like the weirdos are coming.
The whole thing over the comm link.
I don't know. I never played Croc myself.
Died a hero.
Just kidding. I never played Mario 64. Oh. Why is Mario 64 the one you didn't? Why did you play Croc but not Mario 64? Weird priorities. I thought Glover was a good game. Oh, Glover. That game where you play the hand that's like shooting balls around. I think that's kind of a cool gimmick too.
Wonderful qualities. I just don't know where to begin.
Such as...
I like that. I like that Clunk's like. No, actually, like, what? Such as? What do you like? What's he like?
Unique fashions.
And he had a really big butt chin.
He had a really big chin with kind of a sort of a, well, you know, a butt shape. Well, you know, I think I've droned on long enough.
I just heard what happened. I wanted to offer my condolences to the team. Quark's loss is a true tragedy. The man was a...
Because the N64 controller was designed for alien hands, okay? Hey, that's fair.
What a load of bullshit.
Captain Quark may be gone.
Yeah, there were different kinds of balls. Yeah. Yeah, different kinds of balls.
Make our fallen captain proud. Carry on, men.
The fifth came in the mail for Quark. It's chapter 4 of the Quark Vid comic series. He'd want you to have it.
Thanks, Al. You know, this could give us a clue about what Nefarious is going to do next.
Don't you start, Al. Oh, I hadn't played the Shadow of the Robot. Oh, that's good. Then I can play that now.
Episode 3.
Shadow of the Robot.
For 6 days, Captain Quark clung to the ship like the dung of a giant green space bird. Finally, the ship arrived at its destination, a secret robotic laboratory.
I don't know, Chad, am I laughing at this childish writing, or is it actually funny? Like, I think this is funny.
Quark slipped into the laboratory completely undetected.
Somebody order a pizza?
Quark's plan.
Somebody order a pizza!
But unbeknownst to our hero,
And that's also like good artwork.
was being watched.
Like, it's kind of stylized, sharp edges. I think it looks good. Could he?
Even drooling imbeciles can achieve success in certain fields, sir. Mad science, for example. Shall I have him annihilated, then?
Let him come to us. I'll have a special surprise waiting for him.
Oh no, you do. This is the. I think this is. No, it's not the same gun. I shoot purple now. I think it shot blue in the first level. Upgrade. I love that boing, boing jumping sound effect. It's so good.
Press circle to fire my blaster. Hold down R1 and move the left analog stick for precision aiming.
It's one of the best hidden tokens in the game. Oh no, this unlocks on the other side. Hold on a minute. Can I actually get up there? Thank you. Oh, I can't? That's interesting. Jesus. Oh, it doesn't. I thought that was a bounce. Oh, whatever. Waste my health with weird telegraphing of upcoming areas. I think I missed one 10 token. Ugh, so little health. I've been playing too recklessly. No, I got it. Pretty cool. No skill point though. PlayStation 2 graphics have aged well because they can be upscaled so well. Yeah. Love the zippy, weird cartooniness. I wish we could go back console design that had unique architecture rather than just budget PC builds with off-the-shelf hardware. I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think like you saw that with the PlayStation 3 and how just a disaster it is to try to port those games over to newer consoles. I'd much prefer it's just basic PC architecture so that moving forwards every game can just be played on everything.
Of course not. Mr. Buzzell's 9th grade biology class.
This is a weird tangent for this video game that we're playing in the video game to go into.
You were that freak with the headgear. Remember how you used to clean the chalkboard with your pants?
While you were still wearing them? Ah, good times.
You are 3 times my size!
I love Armin Shimmerman. He's so good in this.
You were 26!
Say, how about a wedgie for old time's sake? I think it's safe to say we've seen the last of Dr. Nefarious. Time to celebrate another job well done.
But the danger was far from over. For in defeating one menace to the galaxy, Quark had created another, even more terrifying evil.
I actually kind of love this nebulous origin story for Dr. Nefarious, where he was an organic life form, and he just somehow became a robot. It's really interesting.
Episode 4. Deja Q.
All over again.
After defeating Dr. Nefarious on planet Magmos, Quark returned to his condo in Metropolis for some well-earned R&R.
Oh, Lance, it's time you knew the truth.
I also love this terrible soap opera he watches.
Who is the father?
Oh, your evil twin brother,
Engelbert. But Janice. I am Engelbert. Ooh, must be that pizza I ordered.
Guten Tag, Captain Flabby.
Helga, what are you doing here?
Getting you off your lazy butt. You have
I do not enjoy being tempted to buy a PlayStation 5 since I have a PC, and even Sony gave up on the PlayStation 5. See, they didn't give up. It just takes too long to make games now.
Go now, my robotic servants. Tear this city apart. Bring me the head
Of Captain Quark! Oh no, this is not here. I think there's one level that begins with like walk backwards and... No, it's actually a later segment in this level. Absolutely. Now I remember. Also, good use of the fitness course from the first game. They're like, oh yeah, it's back. And in Park 4. Man, they should put me in charge of the next Ratchet game. I know I was ranting about this earlier, but just put me in, coach. I have ideas. I can do things with this. It'll be a game about Ratchet just collecting a bunch of these bit comics.
Oh, I remember. Just press up or down.
Yeah, there it is. Not a fan of these. We're like, oh yeah, I have to tilt the camera in an interesting way to actually get to see what's going on. Alright, yeah, it's the next one. Boing. See, why are all the interesting platforming segments in the freaking Quark minigames? Why isn't this in the main game? You know what I mean? But no, we can't complain too much. Is it here? No, it's not there. Nice lock on. We can appreciate this lock on. There it is. Another one. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like they put the designers of the original Ratchet games in charge of these Quark mini games, and they were like, yeah, and the B team can just make the rest of the game. We have that on lock. And it's like, well, ew. Yeah, there it is. What? Oh, he killed me. Didn't think that little one mattered, but apparently he did. And I was so close. I could have probably gotten the time record. Oh no. It's not this one, it's this one. Because we want the health upgrade too. Come on, Quark. Why is it so hard? There we go. Ta-da! And now for the final boss. Dr. Nefarious. Or not. So this is another instance of it's actually faster if you just punch him out. So like now you obviously need to shoot these. Punch him so it pops in his face. Do this again. Done. Time. Oh, I'm actually just like 40 seconds away from the skill point marker, so I probably could have done it. The PlayStation 4 was pretty unexciting, but at least it had a couple of good exclusives for a while. Yeah, it's like, you know, we just need to wait for the next video game crash, and then it'll be good. Maybe video games don't need to cost $200 million. You know, novel idea.
This isn't over, Quark! This isn't over, Quark. I swear, I will return someday to destroy you and bring Metropolis to its knees!
It's such a good performance, but it's such a weird character.
And so Quark believed that the threat posed to the galaxy had been ended forever. But...
Seems the script's missing a few pages. Yeah, because there's maybe a bit more to the story than Quark is about to let on.
The tale of courage and heroism ever told. The true story of Captain Quark's triumph over the nefarious supervillain known as, well, Dr. Nefarious.
Aren't you gonna unlock Quark's secret costumes? Here, I'll use the cheat codes. Let's see. Up, up, down, down, left, right, circle, square, square. Even a tutu.
That's an actual cheat.
That's where Nefarious is gonna strike first.
Are you sure?
It makes perfect sense. Nefarious tried to destroy Metropolis years ago, but Quark stopped him. Nefarious swore he'd come back and finish the job someday.
PS4 is pretty.
Now that he has a secret weapon,
yeah.
his move.
Set a course for Metropolis.
But also, like, if you think the console games we're getting today are boring, indie games are still interesting. Up, up, down, down, left, right, circle, square, square. Up, up, down, down, left, right, circle, circle, square. Why didn't I listen to what he said? Up, up, down, down, left, right, circle, square. There we go. I thought we were supposed to do it in the pause menu. But yeah, I think this is kind of funny. You have like a weird unlockable costume for him for some reason. Double left right. No, like it's not exactly the Konami code. It's a weird hybridization of it. It's up up down down left right circle square square. How deep into the armors are we? Oh, we're up to the second last one. Oh, that's interesting. I don't need it. Armor is for chumps. Great gamers don't need armors. That's the way it goes. I think Nefarious is a parody of the Mekon in the old Dan Dare comics. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about Dan Dare. It could be. I don't know.
It's already started. Dr. Nefarious must be around here somewhere.
Are you okay, Clank?
You sure everything's okay, Clank? Maybe Al should take a look.
Why? His helmet! His helmet!
Special creation, Clank. I call him
Clank.
Your dopey friends.
Your dopey friend.
Maybe they'll change your show to Secret Agent Clank. Did you hear that, Lawrence?
You put the wit in twit, sir.
Yes, I do. Don't I? What is this character?
Today, you will witness the dawning of a new era. For years, I plotted in secret, suffering endless disappointments. But soon, it will all be worthwhile.
You will never succeed. Ratchet will put an end to your madness.
The only ending in Ratchet's
future
is the end of his own life.
I also love like that this cutscene clearly takes place on the train, so that you know, like, hey, that train you loved for the first game, yeah, it's back, baby. Also, you can do the skill point by shooting down that Quark blimp. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, because somebody would probably care. Let's buy this gun. It's a fun gun. Why not? Hey! Let me, like, this is what I don't like, is that when the PlayStation Save logo there is active, I can't do anything. Yeah, this is gonna be here. Oh, actually, let's put the reactor there. Yeah, it looks good. So do we want to see if we can make it to the Insomniac Museum? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Because it's only active for like 5 minutes in a day, and you have to be very specific, or you have to set your, yeah, we don't make it. Set your clock appropriately. Teleport out of order, come back another time. Yeah, it's broken. What else does PlayStation 5 uniquely have going for it? The haptic feedback of the controller? I don't think that's like nothing. I think that's actually kind of interesting technology. I would also hope that they actually go for VR this generation. Because VR is like, that's kind of an interesting way of delaying the sort of hurdle we found ourselves in like stagnation and shit. Where the novelty of VR means you can actually just not spend $100 million making those games, and they'll still probably be way more interesting to people. Damn, that's powerful. Oh, there's the trophy. It's the Nefarious one. No, it's the Scrunch one. And here it comes. Dun dun dun.
I am Lawrence. Time to unveil the true future of this galaxy. The future I have chosen!
Sorry, did you say something, sir?
The activation device! Now! Behold the final chapter of this galaxy's destiny. The Age of Robots!
Ugh. Ugh. Again, what the hell is this character? I mean, I guess this kind of feeds back into that he's so obsessed with media, where he has like a Galactic Idol edition, but it's like, he's just crazy. Crazy.
By all means, sir. Carry on.
And still they get sucked up just the same. It doesn't matter. Robot or not, it doesn't matter. Compared to the Rift Ripper or whatever it's called, you're all just garbage. That's actually quite a nice little effect here, where you break the glass and then the light starts shining in. I like that. But yeah, you can see again what I was talking about earlier, where like, what is this level design? It's just like you're going from one tunnel to another, and it's not even like really dressed up. Like, why does this exist? I do like the little light that cracks down from the ceiling. I think that's kind of cool. Whoa! He got me. It's fine. I barely had any ammo when I was starting this. By which I mean health. Crap, took out half my health again. Maybe I do need a health upgrade. But then again, maybe I don't. Yeah, it electrocutes enemies. So that's actually kind of good, because even if it's not taking them out immediately, it at least stuns them. Or has the potential to stun them, which is also good. Keeps me in the fight for longer. I mean, man, these energy shots these guys are throwing out looked so much better on the PlayStation 2. It's not even funny. Oh, he just reset. That's crazy, man. Is it close enough? No, it's not close enough. Man, I love playing this game and just insta-killing everything and not actually playing the game. Yeah, and this is the other level where, like, for some reason, the charge boots have a different color. Why are they green here? I don't get it. Boss fight.
Look, Clank, it's Dr. Nefarious and that butler.
And that butler guy.
Got Clank. They're holding you prisoner. How about that? I guess I should be feeling pretty stupid right now. I don't suppose there's any chance he's the evil Clank. Yeah, didn't think so.
I've been laughing so hard today, my sides ache. I must admit, Ratchet, you've proven to be a far more worthy adversary.
That's a weird texture on the train, I'm just noticing. There's no, like, it's just color, there's no texture to it. Even the buildings in the backgrounds have, like, some texture to them. But the train, it's just red. It wasn't like this in the original game, I don't think.
Well, you get the idea.
Like this, though, that we finally get to fight Giant Clank. Okay. That's a freebie, that's a freebie. I thought I had, I was trying to thrust her pack over. What do I have? I have this. Let's see, what else do I have? I have this. I actually have the mini turret glove thing that could work. Could do some work for me. Hey, you mind hitting the guy? You actually have to be on this one, I just remembered. Oh, what? I had forgotten he had these attacks. And now he's banging his chest like Godzilla over there. There we go. After my Elite 2 died, I got on 8-bit Duo Ultimate. It's great.
Knock it off, Clank. Nefarious
All right.
did this, and he is gonna pay for it. For Metropolis and for what he did to Quark and Skid. You and I are gonna make sure of that. Come on, let's get off this planet before we end up dead. Or worse.
That or worse line is kind of weird because Clank already is a robot. If that's the implication he's making there, that like, oh, we'll die or become robots.
I can't
What?
believe that thing just turned the whole city into robots, even the Tyrannoids. You've got to stop Nefarious before he can use it again.
Interesting to see how that collision activated there for the turret. And now we do the final one of these outside of Iridia, I guess. There is one of these because this is a loading screen. There is one of these loading screens you can actually skip. It may be in it may have been on Tyrannosis. So all we have to do are destroy these things. We can just do that in a hurry. Also, in Ratchet Gladiator, they reintroduced this hover ship, but it has an additional attack, where it's like charged up sort of shots, and I really like that. I think this game could have benefited from having that. There's one up there. I think there's a bolt here. Yes, there it is. This is the weirdest bolt in the game. That bolt took me the longest to find because it's just tucked away in an optional level here where you don't even play as Ratchet, and I didn't think you would be able to collect it like that. Okay. 10,000 bolts. Urban combat. Okay, is this one of those? You can just not move the... Yeah, this is one of those, I think, you can just not... Like, I'm not doing anything. Because clearly I was supposed to be dropped like way further away, or those rockets are supposed to be shooting up from here. It's weird. They should have paid more attention when they were making the game. I guess I'm leveling this up now. I don't know why, but I always like these disc blade guns when these Ratchet games have them. Even the shitty glove one in Ratchet 2 I have some love for. Even though it's one of those weapons where you'd stop dead when you use it, and it's not even that good. It's definitely not good enough to stop to use. Because these games are all about, you know, you want to be mobile. So, if you're trading mobility, you should really be trading it for a lot of power, and man, that disc glove is just not that. Guess this? Oh, wait, actually this. Or this, like, whatever. I kinda like this Bloons tower defense with Ratchet and Clank. I think this is interesting. Oh, he didn't die from that. That's interesting. The damage scaling of the enemies has gotten pretty good.
One of these days we'll pay you back, man. The Noids are holed up in 4 towers. You'll need a hover ship to get up there and
there. And down there. But yeah, I'm not like, there's a part of me I'm like, yeah, you know, these levels aren't that bad, but they really are. And I think it's a bit better in Gladiator, because Gladiator is, it doesn't have quite the identity issue this game has, because they actually went like 100% in on making it like this weird mission-based sort of shooter, and even going so far as to just remove Clank, because if people have Clank, they'll try to platform, and this isn't a platformer. So it's kind of like the combat in Eco, where if the combat is fun, people will think saving Yorda is a hassle because they'd rather be fighting the shadows. But because it's not that fun, people just focus on saving Yorda. And for it, the characterization of the combat is one where you're protecting her, which feeds back into the whole like central premise of the game or whatever, but in a much more sort of action way. But it's kind of sad because I don't think we ever really got a good send-off for the Ratchet and Clanks as they were originally. The closest was probably Size Matters, and even then that's like a weird gimmick game by itself. Oh, so many air combat. So much air combat. But yeah, so like you kind of have this franchise just having 2 really great games right out the gate, having a sort of compromised game as the 3rd one, having an interesting sort of mustache twirling experimentation as the 4th one, and then they just became something completely different. Wow, this guy is really good at navigating, huh? He's just not getting hit. There's one right there I could have gotten. Two more, two more. I also think it's interesting to see just how much larger they are than me, because like I'm actually like just tiny compared to the guy, but you don't think about it when you're normally here, normally playing.
Sarge, the noise will be getting desperate now. Be ready for anything.
Mission accomplished and turret command. Oh god, the worst kinds of levels. Does that make Rift Apart a departure? Yes. That's what I'm saying with like the future games. Maybe would have been better served just as being their own thing. Is that they clearly want to do different things with the gameplay and explore different ideas in the narrative. But it's kind of like, imagine if Naughty Dog tried to make like a really epic, dramatic game out of Crash Bandicoot. You're like, yeah, but it's Crash Bandicoot. That's not what Crash Bandicoot is about. You're kind of torturing this thing you created to be this different thing. And like the closest I think you can come to really doing that is Jak and Daxter becoming Jak 2, where it's like you have to reframe the original games as, oh, this is the innocent past of, you know, days long gone, compared to the horrifying cyberpunk dystopia of the future. And they don't really do that in Ratchet. They're never like, oh, by the way, the world has become a lot more serious, so now we need to take things seriously. Oh wait, what makes Rift Apart a departure? Just again, it's this sort of more cinematic style. It's the locked on. You have an aiming reticule instead of auto aiming. It's the focus on it's the focus on like the character relationships, more so than the exploration of this zany, weird world. And this sort of not departure. What's the word? Venture into lore, which I don't really like for this, where they go for like, oh, Dr. Nefarious takes over the universe and he creates an alternate dimension or whatever. I don't like that. I also think that Rivet, I hate her design. She's got like massive self-insert energy, where she's like, she has a different color scheme to Ratchet, but she also has like feminine eyebrows, and she has like an earring, and she has like hair, and she has a robotic arm, and it's like you can't put every cool feature on the same character. Like, what is this? I actually love this cutscene where he's like, I'm half robot myself, because he's just playing to the camera.
Of the galactic population by this time next week. Of course, that's great news for my re-election campaign.
Fond memories of Deadlocked? Yeah.
I'm half robot myself.
I don't believe this. Everyone's acting like Nefarious has already won.
Maybe he has. If we don't find those bio-obliterators soon, we're all gonna be robots. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Like again, what is this? What is this weird narrative about robot racism?
He was trying to find something?
Yeah. It's a long shot, but I guess it's worth a try. The cruiser went down on planet Zeldrin. We'll go check out the crash site.
Okay, one of my favorite levels is coming up. Is this the final really good level in the game? It may Nah, well, we'll see. The criticism about focusing on narrative and character relationship is something I hear about the new God of War as well. Yeah, I don't know so much about the God of Wars, but for Ratchet, it's, you know, the games were never childish, quote unquote. Like Ratchet and Clank in the first game, they had an actual relationship and they got mad at each other and such, but the heart of the series was really, you know, it was their relationship and to see it grow, but it was still framed within this very video gamey frame of, oh, you're traveling to these weird different planets, meeting these weird different people who live here, and you're being scammed all the way through in this hyper commercialized world. And you keep, like, just what I said earlier, all the cutscenes, all the like infobots of the next planets, they're showing these glamorous advertisements for these places, and then you go there and the places always suck in comparison. And it's this sort of constant juxtaposition of this highly overproduced, commercialized world they live in to the actual sort of human relationships that they have with each other. And when you put that, like, when you make that sort of, take for granted that these are really like human beings with, and like human beings, that these are like real characters with emotions and such, and you play that so straight as the future games do, I think it loses a lot of its luster. And it just, I think they basically abandoned that hyper-commercialized nature of the world, which made for such interesting world building. I'm gonna go get more coffee, everyone. No, you cannot go argue while I'm away. Be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. Ah! Games before Morrowind. Oh, you're talking about Elder Scrolls. I already planted the turrets there, my friends. What are you shooting at? The turrets killed me. Also, I hate to say this, but it may be time, and I'm loath to say this, I mean that. It may be time to buy armor. Or maybe not. Let's first see how far we can take this. We have an Inferno mode there if we need it. I don't need that. Is this the Dr. Nefarious one? Yeah, that's the Dr. Nefarious one. Alright, so... Oh, it's a bit further in. That item that I didn't quite remember what it does, that I think gives you a bit more like extra nanotech out of nanotech or something. It's right there. Let's find out what it does together! Also, I don't remember what it's called even. It's called like the Prism or something. The Nanopack.
The Nanopack stores extra nanotech.
Oh, that's right. This is actually like an interesting, yeah. So like, it's basically just you have extra health. So like, yeah, there at the end, that's the extra health. I think it's like an extra 10% or something. Do I have any, I can... Actually, I'll use this. Single hit takes them out. Or 2 hits. Oh, he spawns up there maybe. Because there's a big guy. There is a big guy. Oh, he spawns, yeah, he spawns at the edge of that floor. Whoa, wait a minute. He wasn't supposed to get me. I actually wonder if I could line up what part of the spaceship this was supposed to be. I don't think so. I don't think this is necessarily a part I traversed.
Hey.
Here's a great quote joke about Quark having a sister.
From the Star Cruiser. And look! Footprints! Someone else made it off that ship alive.
We just missed them.
Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here?
Is still warm.
Ew.
A call was recently made using the pod's emergency communicator.
It doesn't fit the tone of the tones as the original Ratchet games weren't that kind of fantasy sci-fi with ancient entities and magic. If they're gonna make new Ratchet and Clank, then they have to expand or innovate on something unless people complain that it's just the same game. If they innovate on gameplay, then people complain that it's just not the same game anymore. So they have to expand or innovate on the narrative. Yeah, but like, there's innovating on the narrative, and then they're saying, we're gonna just not tell the same story anymore. Right? Whereas, like, imagine if you're watching the MCU, and then the 5th movie decides that actually it's not a superhero universe anymore.
Oh, this is something I threw together.
And like we're gonna completely change the characterization of all the characters.
Done when you get here. And if you keep this quiet, there's another 5 volts in it for you. Oh, one more thing.
I haven't have a spare charge back for this thing.
E20 crotchetizer, huh? This gets better every second.
I should have known.
What? That Quark had his sister?
Huh? No.
That's a good joke.
That he's still alive. That was Quark.
Oh.
Report back to the field. Because he wants us to think he's dead. I don't like it, Clank. Until we know what Quark is up to.
I can get behind giving Ratchet and Clank more depth and expand on the origins, but the way they did it doesn't fit.
I understand.
I like the future series in spite of that plot, not because of it. Yeah, because like if you just play the future series, it works as like a self-contained narrative. But if you try to play it in the context of being sequels to the original games, they don't work. You have to really like gloss over the thematic ideas of the original games, and you kind of have to just ignore or take for granted that they had a relationship because like Ratchet and Clank had this relationship, because they don't really expand on the events from the previous games. Like even, I talked about this earlier, when they bring back Dr. Nefarious, they don't bring him back because they want to re-explore this idea of like an evil alien mad genius racist. They do it because it's basically fan service, and his actual like goals in the game, they're not really like an expansion of anything that had come before. So at that point, why make it Dr. Nefarious? Like it probably would have made more sense for them to bring back Chairman Drack at that point, because he could have been like, hey Ratchet, you know, I actually like, this isn't personal, I just like money, and I can use this time machine for money. And Ratchet's like, dude, you're gonna destroy the world. And he's like, I don't have an investment in the world, I just want money. And like that's not the best story ever told. It's one of them. You can't deny that, but it's not the best one. I can admit that. But it's at least it's like you're building on the ideas you were exploring with this villain in the original, rather than just giving him a new motivation. Okay, that was kind of crap. It's kind of sad that the best weapon to use against these guys is the Rift Ripper, because my guy has become so weak. In my Ratchet 2 stream, I think I talked about this sort of Ratchet and Clank inspired game I was thinking of doing as like a tech demo, because the remake of Snail, talk about loving remakes, I guess the full release of Snail is almost ready, and I'm just gonna spend like weeks and weeks playtesting it to make it look beautiful and play beautiful. But after that, the next game I make is gonna be a 3D game, probably in like that PlayStation 1 aesthetic. I hope I'm not too late to capture that movement 5 years later when I release the game. But I had this idea, like there's a game I'm gonna make, but as a tech demo, as like a compilation of here are things I want to, like here are mechanics that I want to use, and like basic movement and collision and that. I was thinking of doing a game inspired by Ratchet and Clank called Robot and Creature. So it's like still RNC, and you play as a robot in like this sort of post-apocalyptic universe where it's just like nebulously apocalypse, and you're walking across this wasteland of weird commercialism, like in the Fallout, and you're just like exploring the world that came before, and you're doing it because like you wake up in basically like a dark room with cables attached to you, because there's a battery on a table at the other end of the room that you can't get to without disconnecting from the cables. And yeah, you basically die if you can't get like electricity in you. And one day, some creature, like a weasel or a bird or something, falls down to, or is chased into that room. And he gets the battery and gives it to you. And like I haven't gotten the story down yet, but the idea is like, imagine if it's a bird that broke its wing, and he helped you, so now you're gonna help him find his parents again. And then it's just like the two of them navigating this world and helping each other out. And the whole thing is, I don't really want to do combat. I want to do like an interesting exploration game, all driven by energy. So you have like charge stations, and you can loot areas for batteries and power packs. And that's and then you have like thruster packs, and you have like more energy intensive ways of navigating the world. And if you ever fail as the robot and you lose all power, then you have to play as the creature, and you have to basically find a battery, and there will be like every area will just spawn a battery for you to find, so that you're never locked out of completing the game. And it's just like an hour or so long little journey with the two of them. And in the end, the robot has climbed like maybe a big tower or something, and has delivered the bird back to its parents. And then the birds kind of adopt the robot too. So you'll move to like 5 years later, and he's hanging out with the birds still, because they're all like a big family now. And it's like it's just the inverse, where instead of playing the organic life form with the robot as your help, you play the big robot with the organic creature as your aid. Not 100% sure I would do that game though. It's just, I wanna, like, I really loved with Snail putting together all the different mechanics I had made into like a single game. I think that's a really good practice. And for my next game, I think with all the cumulative mechanics that I have going on, I could cobble that together. And I think that would be like a fun game to design. So we'll see, we'll see. Midway between Ratchet and Clank and the good parts of the Fallouts, I guess. There's a skill point if you take the car and you make this jump, and you hover in the air for like 5 seconds or something. Which reminds me, I promised to I was going to activate some cheats. Get the drummer from the Police to do the soundtrack. Hold on, I need to see chat if this is directed to me or if this is like a conversation that was happening as I was unaware of it. I can't just get the drummer from the Police. Also, I would want to get Wade to do it again. I love Wade. Wade's done amazing music for me before. I love working with him. He's so talented, and I wanna work with him as much as I can before he becomes like a known name, because he's like actually so good that he probably has a big career in this. Assassination.
Looks like you're going solo on this mission, Sarge.
Skill point time. Also, there's a titanium bolt under that bridge.
Anyway, give those fluoride scum sacks a whooping for us.
Ta-da! Okay, this is actually kind of fun. Just driving around, shooting these guys. And this is the best part of Crack in Time, is those hovering jet boots you can get. Fighting with those. That's something that when they give me the keys to the Ratchet franchise that I'm gonna bring over from the future games. Oh wait, I already killed the guy here. Lol. But he's still there. Dead. Okay, he's too high up, I can't get to him. And he's also high up, so I'm not getting to him with a car. But I do want to get as much utility out of the car as I can, because... sorry. I got crap for health. And my armor is just non-existent. I also hate this. Whenever you go off of cliffs, he stops zooming on the charge boots. And whenever you hit like these sorts of elevated, these sorts of sloped terrains, he sometimes like just stops. It's so annoying, and that's why I love the glide boots he gets there so much, because they're so like intuitive to use. Just wonderful stuff, really. No, it's in the center. Alright, so he's not actually coming over to me. That's fine, that's fine. I don't have the range with this weapon. That's fine, that's fine. Look at this, like stop, he keeps stopping in mid-charge. Yogotaro is making a free-to-play mobile port of your game idea as we speak. That motherfucker. That motherfucker keeps stealing my ideas! Nah, it's fine. He can have my sloppy seconds, I don't mind. But yeah, that's actually, like... if you haven't ever designed a game, this is like a cool hack I'm gonna teach you now. Don't start out with a story, because it's actually more fun to just see what story the mechanics come out telling you. So like, imagine if you just say, I'm going to copy the mechanics of Shadow of the Colossus, say. And then, you create climbing, you create some movement system based on some rudimentary IK. That's in burst kinematics for those not in the know. And see what happens when you start toying around with those mechanics, rather than try to impose anything on those mechanics to do. Because what you often find, what I've found, is that the stuff you intend to say is not nearly as interesting as the stuff you find out your game is really good at saying. So like Fumito Ueda talked about this with, he just has like broad concepts and images in mind when he makes games, and then he just sort of figures out what the game wants to say. And yeah, it's like you can't go wrong following that advice, because Fumito Ueda is pretty much the greatest game developer of all time. Whoa, that shield there saved me. Got health. How many bolts is enough, Ratchet? When will it be enough to fill the void? It's never enough! I need more money. And when I make a Ratchet game, I'm gonna make Ratchet so greedy. And I'm gonna have like a mechanic, like RPG mechanics. And you know how they sometimes do like in like the Dark Souls? There's like this whole thing about how humanity is lucky. That's like a big theme in those games. I'm gonna add, because like you have the Hollow Gem, which is like the gem that tunes weapons better to human beings, and it increases, like it scales with luck or something. And then you have like you have the Blue Blood Sword, which is like endowed with the core component of humanity, and it scales with luck. And there's this whole thing about humans being lucky. I'm going to have a greed mechanic, and basically it's a greed stat actually. And I wonder if I can suck up rockets. I don't think I can, actually. No, I can't. But every stat will have some trade-off. Except greed, which will just have payoffs. And that's like the ethos of this work, this universe, that greed is the best thing you can be. And I'm gonna get the guy who voiced Greed in Full Metal Alchemist to come out of retirement and voice Ratchet in the game. And it's gonna be just an unhinged, weird experiment in giving one guy too much power over making a game. Have you seen a Lombax and Bolt Withdrawal? It's not good. If you had all the resources you needed to make a Ratchet-inspired video game, how would it be? Okay, so, ooh, this is because, chat, I'm not going to be responding to anything you say for the next 10 minutes, because I've given this a lot of thought. I talked a bit about this earlier, but I think you want levels which unlock as you play them. So imagine, for example, if the first step of any level you go down to is to gain air superiority. So you probably start out in the sewer levels of a given area. And then you have to sort of build your way up and gradually unlock and take over more and more of the stuff. So that's generally the pace of navigating areas. Is you're slowly unlocking more and more of it, and all of it is available to play from the start. Like the whole level you can play from the start. It's like Breath of the Wild, where you can go to Ganon right from the beginning. Is that every level is fully unlocked. You just need to be really good at the game in order to get to the end of a level without unlocking all of the level first. So first you like go through the sewers and you take that over to give yourself access points to the other parts of the level. Then you probably have some dropships and some drones flying about, which will just straight up, not necessarily kill you, but do a lot of damage to you, and you need to take those out as well, gradually. And after you've done that, now you can walk more in the open areas of the levels, and not so much just in the weird little crevices you can find safety from the turrets and stuff. And then you have like one thing I also would like, and this is something Ratchet periodically experiments with, but I don't think they've ever nailed this, is really vertical level design. So imagine, for example, my level that I was just putting together here. I didn't kill him. Can you reach? He probably won't reach me when I turn the crank. So you have like a sewer area to the level, then you have like the surface area, then you have like towers, and connecting the towers are like electrical wires, and you can grind rail around those. So you have like all of these very different and really fun ways of navigating the same level that unlocks in very interesting sort of puzzle boxy ways as you interact with it in different modes. So maybe you go down and you think, okay, what I want is air superiority, and so I'm gonna go to that tower, and then I'm going to take over the towers and work my way down. Or maybe what I want is being able to call in people. Like maybe you can just buy in, you can just have a weapon that just buys like a drone strike or something, which is like, that sounds kind of like a bit too mature for Ratchet, but you can code that into a bit more kid-friendly game. Certainly like something like the Harbinger from Ratchet Gladiator, or Deadlocked, region-dependent name. Something like that gives you an idea of what I'm talking about, where you can overcome certain challenges just by paying money. Because I also think money should be the central mechanic in Ratchet, much more so than it already is. Because right now you can only really spend money on like weapons and gadgets, and they unlock these locks on progress where people won't give you a cinematic robot unless you pay them X amounts of money. And I love that, but I think you can do even more. right? Why isn't money more attached to the actual navigation? Because even in unfair, like not a one-to-one necessarily comparison, but in Sly Cooper, I just drove into the sea. I'm playing poorly because I'm focused on trying to tell this story or explain this game. In Sly Cooper, you have like those bottles you can find, and they unlock weird powers and stuff. So I'm thinking, what if you do it kind of like Dishonored, where you can actually just get a lot of more money from the environments, and then the way you navigate the world, again, like calling in a drone strike or something like that, you can use money to do that. Or maybe you can just periodically like bribe a guard to let you in. I think that would also be interesting, and I think that embracing challenges outside of combat would also be kind of fun. So these games are platformers, and the combat even is platforming. It's about you dodging these slow-moving projectiles with the platforming mechanics. You're doing these side strafes around them. Oh, thank you for breaking that for me. And so just figure out some interesting way to maybe incorporate money into the actual platforming. So, say you were in a town, a city level, and there's a lot of construction happening. What if you had just an item that's just like the money PDA, and you can always call on it to perform certain actions? And that guy walking to the sea. And if you just hear like random audios around the world, or if you pick up like data pads, you can figure out things you can use money for. So in the city level, maybe there's like an order that you can find on some desk somewhere for somebody's controlling a crane and putting down like girders or something. And you can bribe somebody, or like you can just use the PDA to buy an infiltrator in that company to move the crane a certain way, so that now you have a slingshot target across a different point of the level. Just like these weird, more expressive, I almost died, more expressive, again, puzzle boxy kind of levels. I think that would be really interesting. For story, I would really like to go back to this idea of Ratchet and Clank live in this hyper commercialized world that's kind of just losing its mind. Because in Gladiator, there's a wonderful moment at the end where you really get to see how much Ratchet has grown over the years. Because Chairman Vox of Vox News, can you tell that game was made in the 2000s? Ratchet beats all the gladiators, and Vox is like, well, you'll be the best gladiator of them all then. Like, well, you'll get TV deals, and you'll get merchandise. And he's just like, look at how much money we could make. And Ratchet is like, Vox, I don't want that. Like, there's no deal. I think he even says that. He's like, no deal, Vox. And he's just like so offhandedly just disregards this proposal. And Ratchet in the start of the first game, he would have jumped at that opportunity. So I think if you really lean into that development Ratchet has made, you have a much more interesting story to go with than, because he's kind of jaded because he lives in this shitty universe, but he's not really interested in these material things anymore. But all the same, in order to navigate the world more efficiently and get the job done, because he still wants to save people, to do that he still needs money. So he's kind of like, he's locked into interacting with all of that. So if you kind of hone in on that aspect of the story and you really make that the focus, I think you could do something interesting. I don't know about like villains or anything because I haven't thought about any of that. But like for movement, I basically want the grind rails to come back. I want these charge boots. I actually want the charge boots from Crack in Time. I love those. You have the slingshot. You have just like, take all the best ideas from these games and just explode the utility you can get out of them. I think that would be fun. I also think it'd be interesting to go like not like Ancient Aliens, but like so in Ratchet 2 there's a planet called Barlow. It's the 4th or 5th planet. It's the first one with the hoverbike racing. And that planet is really interesting in that game because it's the ruins of Gadgetron in that galaxy. So Gadgetron is the company that makes all of our guns, and it basically makes everything. But in that galaxy, in the Bogon galaxy, Megacorp makes everything. And I think it's really like it's such a cool level because you're like, here's this old tech from this company that doesn't really exist anymore, and you kind of get a real sense for this being a very realized world because you see the sort of aftermath of what happens when these profit margins aren't met, and now you just have this entire planet that's basically been sent to decay because they couldn't generate any revenue anymore. Can I get lock on, please? Thank you. And like with the precedent here, where he's just like this opportunistic scumbag, I think that's also an interesting way to look at these games. And like again, I'm not 100% sure exactly what the story is. I don't know who Ratchet is fighting. Is there like an enemy that I haven't dealt with here or something? Why aren't they moving? But yeah, those are like, just go back to basically this and crank it up by like an order of magnitude. So everything becomes a bit bigger, everything becomes a bit more explodier, everything becomes a bit more interactive. And yeah, you're like stuck in this horrible economy that you don't really want to be in, but at the same time, that's how you play the game. It's a bit Armored Core-y, but I think it's different enough that like it's a Ratchet and Clank game. I also I would really like to move away from this Last of the Lombaxianiest thing, because I think that's such a weird like place to pigeonhole these games into. Because that's certainly like, if you think about Clank's origin in the first game, he starts out and you're like, oh, he's a defect. He's just a shitty little robot that was manufactured. But then he meets his mom near the end, and it's like, no, like you weren't a malfunction, and you can get the idea that actually what Clank is like her deliberate attempt to thwart Drax's plans. But for Ratchet, he's just some mechanic. I think I need to restart this mission. I think it's broken. And it seems like the idea is that, you know, anybody can really do this. It doesn't like, you don't have to be the best person in the galaxy. Ratchet certainly isn't. You just have to be willing to make the world a better place. And it's kind of like, that's kind of like one of the big struggles in the game, is that Ratchet eventually becomes jaded and he becomes disillusioned and he stops caring about stopping Drax. And that's like a huge thing, because nobody else, like, Ratchet is kind of like the only one who's actually getting anything done, and at that point he's just like, I'm out. He signs out of the whole thing himself. And I like that idea of our heroes are not necessarily the best people, but they are the heroes, like they're the guys that showed up, and it's not perfect, but what are you gonna do? Like, you got the heroes you got, not the heroes you wanted. And I think this idea of the last Lombax and stuff, I think that really, really undermines that idea.
What the? Pretty cool, huh? It's called a warp pad. Running away. Yeah.
Also, I didn't notice, but my laptop is activated night mode. That shouldn't do anything to the stream, but just in case, I'm turning it off. Now you guys are talking about Doom. Like I said, I wasn't gonna look at chat in like 10 minutes. they're not the heroes we deserve, but the heroes we need. Not even. It's just like, it's like they are the heroes you deserve, because yeah, they're not perfect, but have you seen the other people in this universe? Like you don't even deserve Ratchet and Clank, frankly. They're too good for the people who live in this shitty world. But it's just this idea of like, are you really going to complain about who's saving you when finally, after all this time, somebody's doing it? And that's why I like, there's that bounty hunter character in the Future series who's like a very generic sort of nothing character. But I do like him because Ratchet and Clank are very interesting heroes in that they can navigate the underworld. Because again, they're not just like they're not necessarily just heroes. They're heroes, but they aren't blinded by this sort of mythologizing of heroes that you kind of see permeates the media of this universe. Right, so they interact more with the underworld. They actually can have a conversation with the shadier parts of the world. So imagine like a Ratchet and Clank game, and there's like a mission where you team up with the Thugs for Less crew, and because like that guy came back in I think Secret Agent Clank it was, yeah, he came back and it was showing that he's still alive. Imagine if some planet hires basically Thugs for Less for protection, and then they meet Ratchet, and Ratchet's like, yeah, I'll help you, and he meets him, and it's like, well, you know, we're not on the opposite side of this conflict anymore. Even though Thugs for Less are only doing it for the money, like, is that really such a bad thing if at least somebody's protecting them? The only people willing to take responsibility. Yeah.
Just a word of advice,
That's a nice way of thinking about it. Where, like, imagine this world where people would rather complain about the heroes not being perfect than, like, they don't actually want things to improve. They want to complain about the people who try to fix it. And this sort of insistence that, no, the heroes have to be perfect. They don't have to be perfect. They just need to make the world a little bit better.
Oh, Quark. I've never met a man like you. After you, I'll be ruined for other men.
That's what they all say.
It's such a weird sexual energy to this game.
The most ingenious and depraved punishment I can possibly imagine. Come, Lord.
They not only complain, they charge them for things. Yeah.
Oh, goody.
Using his antenna as a lockpick, Quark eventually managed to open the door to his cell.
I need to sit down one day, maybe tomorrow or someday, and just sort of map out exactly what I'm like, because I have these scattered ideas. I need to map down exactly what I think I want to do with a Ratchet game. Because I think I am always kind of explaining what I want to do, but it's never concrete. Because, like, I could tell you exactly what I would do with a Bloodborne 2. Because I've sat down and I've been like, okay, so what are some interesting things you could do with that universe? But I can't really do it for Ratchet, and I think that's a real shame. If you want to see what I would do with Bloodborne, Sinclair Lore, the Armored Core talk I was on back in the day. And we basically talk about make Bloodborne 2 a mech game. How cool would that be? Okay, so you go here and here and here. No, wait, this was the wrong place. Dang it. Ah, well, that's a fine checkpoint. Not gonna get the health upgrade though, that sucks. Oh wait, yes I am. Sorry, I thought I had appeared at a different place. I'm not gonna get all the tokens, or yes I am. I'm gonna kill myself and I'm gonna go the other way now. You can do it in one life, but I just didn't. I think I left exactly one token uncollected. No, I didn't. I left a lot of coins uncollected. I never hear what Quark says there. It always sounds like he's saying, "Here's Bobo time," but that's not a thing. Okay, so there's a trick coming up now. You're not supposed to blow this up, because you can't get to this otherwise. Oops. Lost a lot of time on that. Oh my god, I'm so behind time. That's fine. Ta-da! I was really think I think I'm not that far away from the skill point, even though I died a shit ton of times. Bloodborne 2 is a new front mission game. I think Armored Core 6 will have some Bloodborne feel to it in the quickness and aggressiveness of the combat. Yeah. I think it's going to be more Sekiro-y. If I made a Ratchet like, I would crank up the strategy and the gameplay, make the weapons more strategic and the enemy types and their positions on the levels too. Add more vehicle enemies like the space fighters on Altanis Orbit. Yeah. Bloodborne 2 is just a Xenogears remaster, but they still don't finish the second disc. I don't really know what that means. That's a good bit of continuity there. That's the spaceship Quark gives us in the first game.
What do you think you're doing, you oaf?
Do hold still, sir. This is a very delicate procedure.
This is a very delicate procedure.
Go ahead. Take her for a spin.
What's going
Whose
on?
butt is this?
Whose butt is this?
Oh, my mistake, sir. Dreadfully sorry.
Oh, Lance.
Oh my. We will have to get that fixed.
Oh, Lance McDonald. Oh, I got the skill point!
Why would Quark lie?
I died twice and I still got time. This is because I'm the greatest Ratchet and Clank player of all time. Oh, yeah. Let's see what cheats we've unlocked. I think we just have Big Head mode. I think maybe we have Secret Agent Clank, but I'm not sure.
He says he wants to come with us. I don't think that... Oh, wait a minute. You speak monkey? Oh, just enough to get by. Now what?
Oh, nothing.
You have ears like a Florana dung beaver.
Oh, that's not that.
Yeah, hilarious. Let's see if he's still laughing when he finds out his pal Quark is working with Nefarious.
Major bogus.
Surely Quark would never. He teamed up with Drek, didn't he? And I know I don't have to remind you about that protopet business.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they all trust him like they do. But yeah, I got a skill point because I was so quick. Is it 3 minutes? No, not skins. Oh, no. I got the skill point because I beat all of them and got the, got all the health? What the hell? Yeah, 100% in all core. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, what the hell did I get the skill points for? Ta-da! Does this look stupid? I don't think so. I think this looks cool. Is there something cool we can do in the ship? Ooh, the coolest paint job in the game. Ah, we don't need that. We don't have a lot of money, gang. Microsoft Flight Simulator, Bloodborne 2. It's always the first 5 skill points you just get from playing a bit for some reason. Hey, that's kind of offensive to me. I put some hard work into some of those.
Hey, kid, the bouncer just went on sale. If you get here fast, I'll throw in a...
I like the bouncer actually. I think it's a fun weapon, even though I was crapping on that being like a pre-order bonus for Ratchet and Clank remake. I was crapping on it because it's like, that's not a weapon from Ratchet 1. What are you doing? And it's like, if you're gonna bring back a weapon to be a pre-order bonus from any of the games, the bouncer? You don't do like the plasma coil or like the shield generator or one of the fan favorite ones? You don't do like the lava gun? Oh, imagine if they'd have done that. Imagine if they'd have brought back the lava gun as a pre-order bonus, but they would have brought back the Ratchet 2 version of it, where it upgrades and it ruins it. Well, it doesn't ruin it, you know what I mean. I think that would have been hilarious. Yo! I lost a lot of health there, man. Did you know that? Did you know that you hit like a ton of bricks? Seems like this is just gonna be generally good. Let's actually destroy this. My eyes, I'm such an old man. Hard to see. So many lasers. Jump here. Jump here, or not. Evidently not. And there we go. First try. Clean run too, didn't lose a single bit of health. Crazy how that works.
You can use that PDA to access the...
I don't need no frickin' PDA, it just costs money, man. I was only doing this to show that I could. Flexing. What do I have? What do I have? Oh, I have the Quackle Ray, I don't need that. I'd rather upgrade this. Hey, yo, what up? I love these weird goblin, gnome, gremlin guys. I also think this is an interesting, that sort of telepath thing is an interesting gadget. Yo, you just really did a lot of damage to me with one hit. Did you know that? Crazy. Like, we're really lucky that these enemies don't use the tough enemies until, like, really late in the game, huh? Okay, this is really fun, because, like, you're supposed to... So... You're supposed to use the telepad here. Step on this. Teleport over here and walk across. But, you can actually just... I was not planning on going this far! Oh well. Okay. relative safety here. Isn't it only used once or twice, the gadget? Yeah, like I think that's also like a very Ratchet and Clank thing where interesting gadgets basically get dropped because you unlock it. It's like the disguise gun from Ratchet 1, where you unlock it near the tail end of the game and you basically use it in 2 levels. Use it in Drax's fleet, and then you use it in the on Quark 2 first, actually. Alright, so here's a skill point. It's called Break the Dan, and you can see on the skill point, on the snowman, there's a face. That's the man called Dan something who used to work for Insomniac Games. He passed away, sadly, and he's sort of been immortalized with these skill points. Yeah, the Hollow guys had potential that went underutilized. If there was at least a 3rd level where you had to use it to its max potential, it would have been sweet. Yeah, I don't really know, because I don't really like that gadget. I think it really slows down the game for no reason. But like maybe if there's like some gold bolts in the first game, which you can only get by using that could have been fun. Crazy to think that I recovered from the disastrous beginning where I accidentally zoomed into that arena with no health. I did not think I was going to be doing that. Also, oh no, there it is. I was going to say I missed out on the Quark trophy. I think there's also one titanium bolt in one of these chambers, but we're not going back. Also, we actually have... See, I hate this. I hate that saving thing. Why can't I still play the game while you're saving? What is this? I can buy some skins. We could be a snowman. We could be a tuxedo Ratchet. Bucknerinoid. Brainiest. Robo Rooster. Trooper. Robo. Sumo? This was not on the PlayStation 2. Ninja? This is so stupid. This is like remarkably stupid. I didn't know Kuan existed until 5 seconds ago. Oh, Kuan. From memory, those garden gnome guys first appear in a cutscene for Todano in Ratchet 2. So I imagine these are enemies that, like, the reason they don't really make any sense is probably because they weren't originally designed for this game. But they were like, hey, we have some leftover enemies from Rack 3. Can we use them here? Yeah, sure, do it. Because if you'll observe, there's also an ice level in Ratchet 2 where you play as Clank and Ratchet, and these guys make enemies for both. Ooh, so this could have been not Snivelak, Yeedle. No, not Yeedle. That's the final planet. Not Smolk. Is it Yeedle? No, Yeedle is the Megacorp planet. What the hell's the snow planet in the end of Ratchet 2? I don't remember. People are laughing at me in the comments. But so yeah, maybe this is an enemy that was reused, repurposed. Because Todano, where they first appear in the cutscene for, collectathon planet, and that snow planet, also a collectible planet. So I'm like, hey, you know, hey. I'm sorry, Scrunch, but I need to get money. I touched it. I frickin' touched it and it blew up. I walked up to it. Ridiculous. The things I do for money. Do you know of the strange glitch on this Clank section? Oh, the one where isn't it something like if you walk backwards and return to Ratchet, you can skip this section by like clipping into the I think I don't remember it offhand, but I've almost certainly heard about it. Which glitch are you talking about? Oh, isn't it like you can play as Ratchet in this section or something like that? It's possible the same person worked in similar levels and later games to the gameplay different position. Yeah. Gralbin is the snow planet. That's right. So yeah, I looked like a total idiot. I'm very happy that somebody knew that. Yeah, that's actually kind of funny that you don't need it. You can just spawn him, man. Yeah, you can deal with that. I don't care. Ay. You guys can still attack, that's totally fine. Should we go for the health? Nah, we'll not die. It's easy. Boom. Done. Done! It's like they basically coated the banana to prevent aggro on the robot? Yeah. But like, I don't think they go aggro on the robots, do they?
Hey, little buddy. How'd you find me here?
We found your secret...
No, it's a glitch where there's a creepy Ratchet model that imitates what Clank does.
Expect you to understand?
Oh, I did not know about that.
You think I'd give anything for a body like that? For just one drop of his raw animal magnetism, one iota of his impeccable...
Can we just skip to the end, please?
Let's see, where was I? Sexy, charming, brilliant, iron, hard, abs. Ah, yes, but despite the outward appearance of utter perfection, well,
Deep inside, you're a cowardly wuss?
No, not exactly. When I escaped from that star cruiser, cheating death by mere nanoseconds, I suddenly realized something very important.
I'll take off the dumb skin and the cheats in a second. Don't worry.
An entire galaxy with no more me, and for what cause? So, if you trillion people get turned into robots, who am I to say who should or shouldn't be turned into a robot?
You're pathetic, Quark. I can't believe I once looked up to you. Let's go, Clank.
This is a good little pep talk from Clank.
The people of this galaxy need you, Quark. They believe in you.
You can give them.
I also think the big head mode is kind of screwed up. And from memory, he wasn't devouring his own like shoulders in the original game when you put on big head mode. It was just like the head was positioned where the bottom of the head was. Maybe I'm wrong. I like that somebody went through the trouble of like animating the heads getting smaller and larger. It's like, you didn't need to, but it's cool that you did. Why do games no longer have fun cheat codes? Because that's not serious. Ratchet and Clank HD games have many clipping issues. Yeah, a lot of them.
On that disc has nefarious worry. Do anything to get it.
Like, look, why is there like a look at the edge of the static.
I just wanted to say.
The signal is lost. Engage the gravimetric warp drive.
It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Even this white noise effect clips. Yeah. And Deadlock is worst with it. Oh, is it? Oh no. The first one didn't have many due to it being the first one they finished porting. Like, imagine being Sony and you have this beloved franchise and you're like, oh yeah, you know, Ratchet's helmet, check out how snuggly it fits on his head, everybody. Okay. What? It like doubles in size. Imagine being Sony and being like, we have a beloved series. Let's not take too much care with like remastering them. Clowns, the lot of them. Oh. Must not have had the save on this this account. Never played Ratchet 1. Also, it just gives you like, I think it gives you a 10% discount and the Ratchet 1 skin, which is like, I don't know. Sony doesn't care about these old games. They won't sell like the cinematic generic AAA games. Yeah. Such is the popular consensus. Rift Ripper is basically like my weapon of last resort when I just need to clear out a room real quick. Now, from memory, I can't take these guys out too, can I? Nah, they're too big. And I die. Like a dumbass. Haha, I also got the thing to jump up there. Why isn't this save? The B. Hello? Jesus. What's that say, chat? Thankfully they only had major visual glitches. Yeah. I mean, they're still playable. Naughty Dog obviously got the good treatment for their games, because I think the Jack games have much better ports than the Ratchet games. Which I think is kind of sad, because I think the Ratchet games on a whole are better than the Jack games. Come at me. But I also don't think anybody is going to come at me, because I think this is a pretty, like, universal consensus. Dude! You can't frickin'... Okay. Yeah, you dead.
Mega turrets fire guided missiles that
Oh, it upgraded.
down
Cool.
and strike them with deadly
So this is another example of their enemies, like at the final stretch of a level, and if you just make it past them, you can despawn them. So it's like, it's a weird placement. I guess it's kind of cool, but I don't know.
You certainly took us.
Jack 1 is better than Rack 3. Ooh.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, probably.
You made it just in time.
Any luck with the data?
Why do you think they're better? I agree, but I want to hear your reasons.
Al cracked the encryption. The disk
I just like them better.
Ferris's battle plan. He's going to attack planet after
I think especially with like Ratchet, like if we're taking the quadrilogy,
Obliterator is so well
Ratchet does not have like a dud entry.
Can we?
Jack X, that's a dud entry, and that like drags down the quality of all of it. But like Ratchet, like Jack 2, I don't think is a really good game. I think Jack 3 is a much better game. So if you like just compare them numerically, you have like Jack 1 versus Ratchet 1. You can really go either way. Jack 2 versus Ratchet 2. Like I think Ratchet 2 handily is a better game. Ratchet 3, Jack 3, probably Jack. But then you have the X game versus Gladiator, and it's Gladiator. So it's like, I don't know. I think generally speaking, Ratchet just, I don't know. It's just more fun, I guess. I don't know if I have like a really good reasoning. I guess Ratchet, like, there's no game that really dips. Like this game is not as good. Well, that took a lot of spins there. This game is, I don't think, is as good as the first two, but it's still a good game. It's kind of a disaster, but it's kind of great. Whereas Jack 2, it's like really polished, really well made, but it's just kind of a slog. Another one of those planets that has like Scandinavia there. I'm noticing that a lot.
Look, there it is.
But yeah.
How are we supposed to take it out? My biggest gun wouldn't even put a dent in that thing.
Then we will need a bigger gun.
Yeah, right. Where are we gonna get that kind of firepower?
Found it.
Huh?
Found it.
Whoa. Yeah, that ought to do it.
If you can get me inside the command center, I can override the targeting system and take control of that ion cannon.
Also, the Ratchet games don't really have the same identity crisis that the Jack games do. Where the reason Jack 2 is like a Grand Theft Auto game is because they were really disappointed with the sales of Jack 1, and they connected it to Crash Bandicoot penetrates all cultural barriers. Jak and Daxter do not. Jak and Daxter are very hard to like market in Japan and stuff. So they went, well, we need to reinvent this to be a lot more popular friendly, I guess is a way to say that. Yeah. Ratchet never did that. Like Gladiator kind of changed the formula, but It's not like from some crazy identity crisis. I get free weapons. Looks like you two got connections in high places. Oh, actually, this can be the bouncer. This, yeah, this should be the plasma coil. And I guess this can be the mecha turret. Koros. We're in the final stretch, people. 2 more planets. Okay, so here's a skill point that's really easy to get. I probably will just get it because I'm greedy. And that's to break everything. Man, these hits, they hit hard, man. Damn, little robot boy's got hands. I love this gun. Even though it's kind of a crap gun. Also, I don't like that the... So you shoot out a big... Like in the second game, you shoot out a big ball that opens up to release these little mine things. Now you just shoot out a big mine that explodes into smaller mines. One shot! Yeah, you stay down. You stay down if you know what's good for you. That missed completely. Oops. Not going out there. This was always my mom's favorite gun. I said that like she's dead. She's not dead. I just don't live with her anymore. When I was a kid, this was my mom's favorite gun. Because it's just, you shoot out a ball and then it does everything by itself. So it's a really sort of user-friendly gun, which is why I like it, but I don't love it. Because it's kind of like the Rift Ripper, where it's not really a gun that you're playing the game with. You're kind of playing against the game because it's so easy. This is why I like the mine launcher weapon in Ratchet 2. I think that's like about as high a skill ceiling as any of these weapons can have. By which I mean skill floor. Okay, so yeah, there is an enemy there. There we go. So, if I can just get it. Nope. 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 He went the opposite way. Great. Oh, crap. Ugh. Ah! Haha! Got him. I also really like how breakable the environments here are, like the platforms and stuff. I think that's really cool. More of this in every level, please. I guess I can take the Courtney Gear statue. The Mind Club and the Taunter combo. And you get free Alpha Mod slots to beef them up. That sounds like a reply to something else. Bruh. What the hell? A lesser gamer would swallow his pride and buy an armor, but I'm deliberately just not gonna do that now. Besides, I just upgraded this, so it's gonna be an even easier battle. Armor, very expensive. We can't be doing that, Jack. It's also against the ethos of the game. Yeah, you come down. I don't even know where they spawn, those enemies that killed me. Oh, the sound of that gun though. The bouncing sound is so good. There he is. Okay, so now this should be a bit easier. If I can hit him. First and maybe second armors are the most you'll ever need. Psh, I don't need any armor. Did Duke Nukem Forever teach you nothing about power armors? Let's actually go back up here because there's stuff over on that side that I didn't do. Oh, here's some enemies. Oop. Gotta love those HD collection animation glitches. Yep. Screw this. Also, I don't know if I'm... Oh, no, there's one section left. I was saying, like, I don't know if I'll get the skill point. I might have missed something. Oops, don't have anything for that. Okay, he's gone. Drone ship's gone. No, it's just the little ones. Oof. Sniped. I'm man enough to admit that was a good shot. He got a good shot on me. Now I can just go break stuff. I think they're all gone. Nope, they're not. There's a guy up there, I think. No? Hello? No. Just a bolt. They really nerfed the lava gun's ammo efficiency in Ratchet 3. Did they? Maybe. Oh, here's something to break. There we go. So rich. So rich, so much money, gang. Here's a checkpoint. Continue point. Lock on, lock on, lock on. Nope. Man, I would love to get some lock on. Because this weapon's kind of a disaster without it. Not really a disaster, but I think it would be better with it. So there's a big guy coming up. Oh, hey! I'd forgotten about this. Ta-da! I did skip the end there, it's fine. Oh my god, this looked so much better on the PlayStation 2. Do not mess with Agent Clank.
With Agent Clank.
That's such a weird, like he pushes the joystick to fire. That's such a weird, I don't know.
Incoming call from the Phoenix.
Nice shooting, Clank. There's no telling how many lives you just saved. But we're not done yet.
Huh?
Al just finished decoding the data disk. Nefarious.
Might already have mentioned it, but the soundtracks fell off hard of the PlayStation 2 era. It definitely affects my enjoyment of more recreation Ratchet games. Yeah! Yeah, it's very much just like whimsical Danny Elfman-ish sounds after the fourth one. And the fourth one has such a good soundtrack. Down, 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 down. That was nothing. How did that song go? Do 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 do. Down, 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 down. It's a really fun song. It plays when you finish missions. The command center, the final level. And we're only... Ah, well, we've been streaming for like 6 hours. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Love the not so subtle Star Wars reference. Whatever could you be talking about? You're seeing things, you're imagining things.
I'll bet you miss your old shield.
No, I don't miss the shield charger. That's a garbage weapon. Nothing unlocked here. That's great. I mean, you know, the shield charger too. Whatever. No. Oh my god, no, let me... Great game. Oh no! Oh, it shot out it shot one out there! Oh my god, game, what are you doing to me? This is just a way to farm 1,000 bolts. So far, I'm just fighting the context-sensitive prompts. Also, there's a skill point here if you slime 30 enemies with a slime gun. But we're not doing that because I don't want to waste my hard-earned money on some slime gun. You kidding me? This is the millionaire run.
Ratchet, you're going...
I know about the Tira, guys. Don't you worry. There's a bolt there. Hello. I emit a noxious effluvium in your general direction. Okay. Fire drill! You are a squishy after all. That's true. You'd think that would have some like ramifications that the Tyrannoid's disguised Ratchet has. Wouldn't be mechanical, but whatever. Maybe like Clank should have been the one to use it now, and like it would have a robotic texture, but... Come on. This is like the easiest part of the game. But it's another one like the hacker, where like this just takes time. This isn't interesting. See, again, saving in the corner. I want to switch back to the Tyrannoid, guys. Ugh. These hot elements, they're making me crazy. Why is the shield bed? And it's not bad. It's actually like really good, but it just restricts the punishment for suboptimal play. And it sort of allows you to play the game not as good as you could. Ooh, he's gonna lend him his Lombax Gone Wild with the director's cut. Of course, you won't believe what they get up to. He says something to that effect. This game is so horny. Horny police. Had to do it to him.
Devastating multi-disc gun.
So I'm trying to just aim at these guys because they're the biggest problem here and they don't want to come down. Right. Ah, my favorite. The hacker. See what I mean when I'm like, this is just tedious, this just takes time, this isn't difficult. I think there's only one more of these left in the game anyway, so it's fine. I hope I'm making for riveting commentary here. My eyes are laser focused on this, trying to get it done as fast as I can. Oh, also, in the soon-ish future, the next stream, is gonna be the Silent Hill stream, the 35,000 subscribers special. Thanks everybody for subscribing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you all. I love you all. Feel free to join the Discord. Link in the description. But yeah, actually, that would be a good idea to join the Discord then, if you want, because I have a channel there specifically just for questions related to that. Basically, just anything Silent Hill related that you wanna talk about for that stream. Hopefully, I'll do it like within a week. Okay, so here's something funny. You can't get this beam to line up, even though like the mechanics should allow it. Because this beam is supposed to go up there, so that you can redirect it to the 2 holes it should go into. But there is no way of making this beam connect here anyways. Like there's always something obfuscating that. So, like, here is roughly the final point you'd be able to do it, so you would have always been able to redirect it there. Right? So what's going on here? Why can't I just connect it to that? What's this? What's this? Why is this game being so silly? Did they have a clown just on site when they were developing this? And he accidentally got to design this puzzle? Because that's what it feels like. Okay, so tactical retreat here. What can I do? Mini turret gun. That's a fine one. Or I could just, you know, skip them.
We're too late.
I hate the Ratchet 2 hacking too. Ratchet 1 had great puzzles to solve, even though I solved many of them accidentally. Yeah, well, the cool thing about the Ratchet 1 puzzle is that it just takes as long as it takes for you to solve it. You're not waiting for like these notes to activate or anything like that, and there's no like that second lockpicking tool in Ratchet 1 and Ratchet 2. Like that's just trial and error, and that sucks so much. Can't believe this clown propaganda. Hey now.
That's not gonna happen.
Oh my god, again, why are the rockets spawning way far away from me? Like, why am I over the water? I should be, like, in the center of this arena. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Like, he's even closer to Nefarious than he is the center.
Sorry, Nefarious.
But your flight's been cancelled.
It's been cancelled.
He's so cool.
Lawrence! Lawrence! Lawrence!
How can I be of assistance?
Annihilate him!
Just kidding. You've reached my holographic voicemail. Leave your name and a brief message. Ta-ta!
Probably the port or development time. Yeah. Yo, why didn't this blow up? That's weird. Oh, look, it's we're fighting Malacath. The fire of destined death. Damn, bro. You hit hard. Did you know that? I also like that he's got a lot of the same attacks he had when we fought him in the Quark Vid comic. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of like a tease for what's to come. Yo, that was dirty. This is supposed to be a challenge. The final phase actually has this sequence where a bunch of different Dr. Nefarious is spawned all across the map. And I think that's genuinely broken. Even in the original, I think it was broken because sometimes they just don't do damage when they hit, it feels like. He's not even in range.
I mean,
the last 20% of every Ratchet and Clank game always feel rushed. I don't know. I feel like Ratchet 2 really threads the needle. I feel like maybe there's like, it feels a bit like there's a planet missing before Yeedle, but other than that, I think it's pretty good. Okay, so if I can hit once, I'm dead as last night's cat. Check that out. 54. Okay, well, I can survive one more hit now. And look at that, the like animations didn't play out for his shooting me. Why are they here? I didn't know they could come over here. What the hell is this game? The bridge is meant to be out. Why are they shooting me? Stop shooting me. It's actually not cool. Dude! Like, seriously? I need to take him out. Okay, break the health crate for me. Break the health crate for me. Break the health crate for me! Oh my god, thank you. Oh, whoa! I forgot there was another one. Okay. Whew. We're sort of back in the fight, kinda, sorta, if, kinda, maybe, Okay, health crate, health crate, health crate. I need that. Do you respond at all to this? Am I even firing? Why isn't the effect coming out? Oh my god, this is so crap. What the hell? I'm just doing this to like try to vacuum up anything I can. Of like health, ammo, whatever. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lordy! I'm eating so much shit right now. Like, look at this. Why isn't the effect actually playing? Like, well, we can't afford to actually animate the effect. Am I hitting him? No, I'm not hitting him at all. Ugh, it's so ugly that you can't see it. Okay, so just like navigate a little bit there, that's fine. Whoa, 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 whoa! Wow, that was good. I'm pretty good at this game, you know? Okay. Break the crate, give me something. Liquid nitrogen gun. Yeah, see this face. It's so like... It sometimes doesn't feel like they actually do damage. Nope, 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 nope. Well, I have some in this. Bouncer, do your job. Oh, no way. You're gonna finish it with the best weapon in the game? Oh no, this weapon actually can't reach him right now. Oh crap. Crap. I so want to read chat right now. You are kidding me. Okay, I need more guns. Come on, that was pretty close. You just need a better aim. Fair analysis, fair analysis. Look at that. Look at all that damage. A lesser gamer would have bought armor by now, but not me. It's this weird thing where he doesn't move the first time I have an input when I start fighting him. This actually does a decent amount of damage. He's defeated. No choice, no choice. Okay, so let's be smart about this. Let's actually gather up some ammo. And let's save up the plasma coil. I think that's gonna be like our ace in the hole. Okay, so... Dude. Oh wait, he didn't do that much damage. Fully recover. Oh yeah. Okay, he's gone. Dude. Yes, yes, yes. Break the crates, break the crates. Is there a health I missed, or did I? No, I probably did. Doesn't matter now. Okay, so now he's a bit further away. So we can scavenge up a little bit. And hey, we can read chat again. Chat, did you say something meaningful while I was fighting? Did you say something about how good I am at fighting him? So like here, in the next fight, there'll be an extra hover ship for us. Yeah. Let's get rid of all of these guys, because that's kinda what screwed me, I think, last time. Is that I had to, like, wait out so many, like, capitalize on so many suboptimal moments. Because the arena got filled up with these freaking enemies. Oh hey, the Galactic Rangers are here, and they took them out for me. That's pretty cool. Thank you, guys. Where were you last time? Yeah, you killed them. You killed them. Thank you. Oh, you don't want to come any further? That's okay. And if I die here, I'll just like swallow my pride and buy better ammo. That's fine. So. Does he still take damage from up there? Oh yeah, he does! Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Mistimed it. It's fine. We can recover. Oops. That might have sealed it though. There's the 2 ammo there. That's not good. There we go. Crap, 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 crap. Also, I didn't read chat. I forgot. Stop. Dude. Need something better here. Bouncer? Bouncer gets the job done. Yeah. You got your laser. Now you need to spawn the crates. Be very cringe. Oh no! Oh, whatever. I'll buy the damn shield. I don't want to be here forever. Remember when I played Ratchet 2? No, Ratchet 1, and I fought the final boss for an hour? I'm not doing that again. Actually, I could get the yeah, let's do that instead. Because then I can claim I didn't buy armor. I think having so many automatic and aiming weapons you can spam has resulted these bosses and enemies to be bullet sponges. They did a really bad job with the ammo drop to damage ratios. Yeah, kinda. But I also think they expected you to actually, like, buy ammo.
What did you...
Which I haven't really, like, really been doing. Bogan would have activated easy mode. Bogan can't play video games, so what is this? Bringing up my, my shamed podcast co-host here. Alright, so... Oh, also another thing is the idea that what if you could just upgrade weapons for money? You could just get gun experience for money. Going back to this idea of how do you make a Ratchet game? Oh my god! Oh my god! He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. There's so many rockets. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Design better games. Insomniac. Design games that are easier to port. Yo, 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 hey, hey, hey. Relax. We haven't begun. Not weapon, not missions. Like, this is a really weird priority that missions is first, because I know why I'm playing the game. I want to use my weapons. Why isn't that the first thing that I zoom in on? Ugh. No, you know what? This is a crowd control enemy. Weapon. Get some backup health. Alright. Ready to go. Bouncer him. Actually, let's use the Rift Ripper for them, as much as I can. Jesus. Great. It just became a bit better. Bro. Dude! Stop with the lasers already, Yeah, get lost, man. Out of the arena. Out of the arena. We don't want you here. Missed. That hit. Okay. Yo, okay, so I can't get them with the Rift Ripper. What the hell? Been wasting my bouncer ammo. Yeah, you guys take them out. That's fine. Alright, so now we can get the shield. Throw as many of these sorts of auto weapons down while he's airborne. Otherwise, just this, I guess. Doesn't really do a lot of damage, but whatever. Waste. Going back up. And I actually could use the Rift since it would electrocute him, but I don't think it does enough damage to really change things. Alright, now we're back into this good groove. Let's actually just stay close to him this time. Now we can use this. Yep, got hit there. What do I have? What do I have? I have the Annihilator still. There's some use to be gotten from that. If I can hit him. Let's just not risk it. Oh! And I get him with a wrench at the end. Did it. Easy.
Is this important?
I wonder how Quark defeated Nefarious. He is quite powerful. He's just easy. He isn't actually that powerful. I'm just like toying around, stretching out the ending.
If you insist.
In Rack 1, you upgrade with money and gold bolts. Yeah. Here's a good little hero moment. Oh, that's such an ugly effect when he doesn't even have his irises, man. Also, I don't love this, that the final fight is like in the dog fighting. It's kind of sucks. Like, it's a big sort of spectacle boss, but I don't know. I don't know. I think that putting you actually like it is a good spectacle boss. That's not the issue I have with it. It's that the final moments of gameplay don't really look any different from like 30 seconds before the last minute, right? There's no like finally press the final button and put an end to it. Here's a good sort of scripted moment where you get like rockets on the track. That's why I like the ending of Silent Hill 2 so much, because there's a very like clear moment of, okay, you're not in danger, you can take it in and just do the final hit and put an end to it all. And ladies and gentlemen, Ratchet and Clank 3. Ah! This cutscene looks much lower graphics. Is this pre-rendered? Probably is.
Lawrence, engage the teleporter.
Would you care to specify a destination, sir?
Who cares? Just get us out of here. What? That wasn't even close to 60 seconds!
We're live from the star-studded premiere of the latest Hollow film, the secret agent.
This is more the cherry on top than the actual fight. Quite the mediocre cherry, but still. Yeah. I think that's fair. When my face when the boss dies to my shield's coward damage. Hey, no, that's not fair. Hey, Mr. Fistwidgets is in the background. That's cool. He came over. You'd think he wouldn't want to be there with Quark, but, you know, it is what it is. Piloting a shield for our final boss piloting a ship for a final boss about a game about shooting and platforming makes no sense and doesn't challenge what you learned. Yeah, like, imagine if it was inverted. So, like, you first fight him in the Bio-Obliterator, and then you fight him on the ground on, like, the debris and the ruins of the Bio-Obliterator. I think that probably would have made more sense. Kind of like in Devil May Cry 1, where you first fight in, like, that shmup version of the boss, and then you fight him in, like, an arena.
And now I am going to blow you into a million pieces.
They could have also done it so, like, Quark flies into the Bio-Obliterator beam and takes the shock for Ratchet, gets transformed into a robot, and then he's like, "Ratchet, you can save me." Oh. I think that would have been interesting. But hey, here we are. It's the end of the game. Why is Gregory S. Baldwin's name not capitalized? Unprofessional. Really unprofessional. How long was that? Did we crack 7 hours? No! Oh yeah, we did. We did. Like, barely. Geoff Evans. Is there anybody interesting who worked on this? Doesn't seem like it. A lot of C's and G's working in this, Oh yeah, it's because it's alphabetical. I'm an idiot. Chat. Any opinions? Any final thoughts? You want to talk about it in the Discord? Linked in the description. Everybody's welcome, of course. We'll do Gladiator next year. And I don't know if we'll do the future games. We might. We might not. But we might. Might. And oh, yeah, that price is there. That's interesting. And I'm thinking. What do I want to say that I haven't said already? I don't know. I don't know. I think I talked about basically everything I had to say. Deadlock next. Yep. 67 hours is good. I love to complete these games fully in just a day when I was a kid. I've beaten this game in like 5 hours. I'm just like extending it because I love being with you. Also, that's not like a great time. There are speedrunners who have beaten this in like 10 minutes. Bogan is soy. Yeah. The mods for guns in Deadlocked are really fun if you know what you're doing. Yes. Also offer a lot of replayability and experimentation in the combat, and I love that because Deadlocked is really the combat game of the franchise. How do you like your coffee? I take lattes. Recently, I've been putting like cinnamon on top, no sugar, just like pure cinnamon on top. Just a little sprinkling. Sometimes I put it in the grinder thing I have, which creates like cinnamon smiley faces. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, hopefully next year, when I stream Gladiator or Deadlocked, depends on which region you came from, I'll have a document I can refer to when people ask me, how would you make a Ratchet game? President of the Courtney Gears fan club. Oh god. Anybody here? Any interesting tester? No, not really. Eduardo Zamora. David Onk? No. I don't know. Nobody here. I don't know. Nobody. They're all nobodies. None of them went to like do anything in the industry. Alex Angulo. Where are you? Where are you, man? Jennifer with a Y. What happened? Director of Promotions, Product Marketing Specialist. It's been a very enjoyable evening. Not the sort of game I would usually watch, but you have been excellent company. Thank you all. Yeah, thank you, Mithril. Thank you for dropping by. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I had a big meal right before I started, and I haven't had anything to eat except 4 lattes in the meantime. And I don't know about you, chat, but 7 hours without food, that is not, like, the human body can barely function. Like 3 meals minimum before you start starving a day. See, General Taylor voices everybody. As Blondie, who's Blondie? Jim Ward. Yeah, I don't know he was Grunge. Armin Shimerman as Dr. Nefarious, he's really good. Leslie Carrara Rudolph. They keep introducing new, like, women in these games as love interests for Ratchet. Like Angela, like Sasha, like nobody in the 4th game, but then they have that lady with the dumbass robots in the Future series, and then they did Rivet, and I'm just like, it's okay. Okay? James Horan, Slim Cognito, Michael Bell, Melissa Disney. Oh, he does voice the comic narrator, the guy who voices Lawrence. Okay, I never noticed that. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, I'm done. We have to call it quits, chat. Human body can survive without food for 40 days. No, you can survive without food for 8 hours. I don't know where you get your facts. But yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for watching. Drop in on the Discord if you want. Bye!